All right, welcome back. Wow, I don't know, Dave, if you caught the end of the other stream, but Ray gave Chad like a minute to just go, and the dude just went. Yeah. Now, if we're being 100% fair here, I think he went over a minute, but still, like, she had 3 minutes. She gave him one. She knows who she's dealing with.
And the dude just went.
But it was. Sorry, I'm bringing up our group over there so I could see everyone jumping in. But it was awesome. It was a great ending to that. We are here now with the second half of the stream, continuing our 12-hour live. Because Facebook and YouTube are like, oh, you can only go live for 8 hours. And we're like, yeah, but we want to do 12, so we'll do 2. So this is what we're doing. So here we are. So I'm seeing a lot of people already over. We're going to hold for a few minutes while you share this out. Grab this link, share it with people, tag people in the comments. Make sure you retweet it out, whatever you need to do to make sure all your friends and family, whoever was with us, is back over here with us now.
I feel like Mark Zuckerberg tried to stick us in a corner, and you looked at Mark Zuckerberg and said, nobody puts baby in a corner. You might have only thought we were doing this for 8 hours. No, Mark. Teach Better's taking over the world. We got this.
I love it. And I want to note very quickly right there that Dave just said better, so I better see a whole bunch of green hearts coming in. That's been one of my favorite things. Shout out to Megan Wells for that early this morning. If you haven't been with us, anytime someone says the word better, you are supposed to flood the comments with the green heart emoji. So, Dave, we got a lot of people jumping in here, so we're going to say hi real quick to everybody. Nikki's over here. Chad's with us still, buddy. After that mic drop over, you should be like out the door like Costanza, just
right?
leaving on the high note, my friend. Kaplan, good to see you, brother. And yeah, Brand comment about Chad. He just went. Danielle, great to see you. Too early for drinks, but so glad to have a break with my buddies. I don't think it's too early for drinks. Dave, did I see a beer?
Come on, Danielle.
Yeah, no.
Oh, she's West Coast time. I got it. Yeah.
A little bit earlier there. So, a little bit earlier. Brain break is here. We are a little bit early. We are about an hour earlier than we normally. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be distracted by the comments, but I was literally going to click one, and I'm not even joking. 30 heart comments just blew it right up to. I don't even know where it's at this point. Ray and I have been talking about that all day. It's been one of the funnest things. It's been so cool to see. We're a little early. Both a day early and an hour early for a brain break.
Like
normally, what's that?
Like 25 hours early.
25 hours, yeah. That's so good. I needed you early. Where were you earlier? I've been trying to do math all day, and I've been really, really bad at it.
I've got my calculator out, so don't act like that was just me.
You did that earlier. What are you rocking there? You're rocking a nice new pullover, it looks like.
I was just going to ask. I was going to ask the people in the comments, who do you think is rocking the black pullover better? If you think Gargus is rocking it better, green hearts. If you think Schmittou is rocking it better,
my black pullover's underneath. This is a black fleece.
Oh, you got a pullover. Is that a pullover or a cardigan? I'm just.
It's a black fleece pullover, so cardigan. I don't know. I think it's a cardigan.
Dumb and Dumber joke every single time.
I got you. But this is an old fleece one. But yet I have the pullover that you have on underneath here. But I was cold. It's cold down here in my basement. It's not cold wherever you are right now. It doesn't appear.
I think it's because of the heart. I've got a warmer heart. You've got a colder heart. It just kind of happens. No?
Yeah, I don't think that's what it is.
No. Okay.
That seems inconsistent. So I'm going through all these green hearts, and it's just I love it.
I have you showed me what's underneath yours.
Oh, look at this!
Just
and you all want to see, but Ray.
That's totally my Clark Kent turns into Superman thing right there. Like when I'm just talking to you, I'm Clark Kent, but when I need to go big, it's Team Ray. So
I was about to comment that we can see Ray, but you can't, and then she of course jumps in the screen. Which I need to note that Ray has been the architect of like the backgrounds and the design and all the videos and so that we can look all good. She makes us look so good all the time. Her and the marketing team, the social team, the graphic team. And she had this design like that. So like I've been trying really careful to like stick to the plan and be good and not like randomly pop in and like disrupt the flow. But Ray's like, nah, Team Ray shirt, I'm in here. Yes, Miss Hewitt.
Yeah, I know I'm not supposed to be in this segment, but
Sorry, we haven't done that all day. I've held back on that, but you just set it up really nicely for me to kick you out. And now this is a true brain break, complete nonsense.
I won't stay. I'm just saying that. Aren't you guys supposed to be like having a cocktail? Do you need a second to go grab a cocktail? What's going on, Jeff Gargas?
Do you want to talk with? I don't have a cocktail.
So
I was so captivated by Chad Ostrowski that I didn't get a cocktail.
That was his 1 minute that he was supposed to run to the fridge, and then Chad just dropped it, and Jeff couldn't go anywhere.
Well, that's because a Chad Ostrowski minute is 3, so I lost 2.
I was just saying that I was planning on not being in this segment, but then as we've been going, I'm like, no, I'm totally crashing brain break, but I'm going to go get a beer beforehand because Dave always has a beer, makes me jealous. So do you need me to like entertain Dave for a second so you can go and then I'll go? And
I need to entertain everyone because Kaplan's dropping tink tink over here. Hedrick's upset she wasn't invited. I mean, so you do your thing. I'm gonna go grab a drink, and Ray, then you can go grab a drink afterwards since Dave's already ahead of us. Is that all right? Is that cool?
Is that okay, Dave? Let's ask Dave's permission. He's in charge.
This is what I've been after the entire time. Ray, literally, I've been doing this with Gargas for 9-10 months now, waiting for this moment. So,
okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Can we just laugh that Hendrick is here? Is that okay, Dave? Let's ask Dave's permission. He's in charge.
Yes. Now kick Gargas off the screen, and let's just the three of us in. Boom.
All right.
That's the brain break I've been hoping for my entire life, right there.
Thank you.
Wait, Hendrick, are you playing it in the background?
Yes. Now kick Gargas.
I don't know.
All right.
There you go. Now put the potty face back on.
Thank you.
Wait, Hendrick, are you still coming through?
It's not me. I kid you. I have no idea where it's coming from. I can't find it either.
Hold on. It's Jeff. I got it, guys.
I just figured I was going to crash because last time I had such a great time with Dave and Jeff. So, bye! I have no idea where it's coming from.
I just love that she popped in. Hendrick is the best. So fun. We'll let Jeff come back when he decides to behave. Jeff, what just happened?
Just jump in.
Chaos is happening. Hendrick just jumped in because she's the best human being on the planet. That's what just happened.
True story.
I'm
supposed to be the one to keep everybody grounded and like following the right path in life, and then chaos just ensues. So I tried, Jeff. I tried.
Can I, Dave? You and I talked about this. One of the last two, I think it was two brain breaks ago. Ray and I have like texted back and forth a little bit along these lines, but it's moments like this where I'm like, is this really my job? Like,
all right.
I mean, let's be real here.
You set the rules for what your job is. So, are we asking Ray, is this your job, or are you just asking?
Let's be very clear.
Never done his job.
Caitlin or Carrie, we're not sure which one's actually the boss. They have to fight it out sometime. But one of them tells me what my job actually is. I'm pretty sure it's Carrie now. Like, I think Caitlin would tell you that.
It's true. Dave, you were awesome on This Morning with Caitlin.
Oh my God.
I just want you to know that was so cool to listen to.
Anybody sharing a screen with Caitlin is awesome. As long as they know to shut up long enough to let Caitlin talk. I mean, that's the hardest part. It's just like trying to figure out, do I have anything intelligent to say sharing a screen with Caitlin? Like Gargas, I can hang out with Gargas every week, whatever, that's easy. But Caitlin, it's like, you know how you feel like when you're on screen with Lindsay Titus sometimes, you're just like, I don't know what to say. That's how I was. I was just like, just go, Caitlin, just go. You got this.
I loved, there was a moment, I don't know, when I got to be on with Caitlin and Sheldon and Hedgett, there was a moment where it was this really cool freak out moment where Hedrick reacted just like amazingly to what Caitlin was saying, and like that reaction from Hedrick made Caitlin just sort of sit there like, oh my god, did she? And it was like such a fun moment for me to catch it. So
you know how cool it was to see Caitlin fangirl out. That girl is so confident, always knows. She got on screen with Hendrick and Sheldon, and she was like, I can't do it. That's so cool. I'm like, this is the best day ever. Because I fangirl out, all you make fun of me. Caitlin, we saw it happen live today.
She did not do that at 9 o'clock, for the record. She did not fangirl out at 9 a.m.
Oh.
No, she didn't. Well, that really was. I mean, that was a really great conversation earlier between the two of you that I think really spurred the fact that we got to have some more of those conversations going on. So yeah, we're just gonna let Caitlin freak out a little bit more.
He's so good.
Can I just say, Hedrick Nichols, I love her so much. She's like one of my favorite people in the entire world. I am so thankful for the fact that I just happened to put my name on a calendar to be the person who went live, that mastery chat that she hosted. I don't even know when that was. And that we just randomly happened to talk and make this music connection, and then just went. It was nuts. So I'm super happy about that being connected. So this has been fun. I'm looking at how many people we have watching now. I think almost everyone came over with us again. So this has been really great.
That's awesome.
Hey guys, do us a favor, because we were so concerned about like switching links and people like getting lost, not being able to find the link. Do us a favor, if you could share the link out to like, even if you don't want to share it to your whole like network, but like share it with somebody who you know is watching so they can make sure they find it. Because I can promise you, I've not checked my email. I can promise you that we have some people who are like, help, I can't find the link. So help us out because we want to continue the conversation. 12 hours strong. I'm going to go get a drink. So enjoy your boy conversation.
Right, Ray's heading out now.
Okay, now can we just be real now? I mean, gosh, I gotta go change my shirt. I knew she was there, so I'll zip up and.
I'm going to drop her out now. Oh, well, she's still here. Our background's still with her, so we'll keep her in.
Okay.
But we're putting her down there. So you've had multiple wardrobes today, so that's good. You're like Beyonce on tour, just like with multiple outfits throughout the day and stuff.
Yeah.
So we were gonna do. We're gonna do a bracket thing. We were gonna do like a bracket thing here that I thought would be kind of cool.
Yeah.
We're gonna go a little less. That's what I'm looking for. A little less just like nonsense, and like at least bring it like at least the bracket itself.
Sorry, that's from Megan Anderson. Go ahead, keep going.
At least the bracket itself will be like related to education. The rest of the nonsense around it may not be, but like the bracket itself is related to education. So we're gonna like that's how this hour is going to be actually related to education in some way. The rest of it just nonsense. Ray's got a bottle of wine now. Like it's game over at this point. What did you? Oh, that's nice.
Oh, you got the bike beer. Well played, Ray. Well played.
Look at you two.
I'm just trying to suck up to Dave Schmidt up.
Jeff Gargas, I have
you seen this before you flipped the hat?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you caught that yet or not.
That's for Megan.
I don't know if Megan's. I think maybe she's questioning that you're not quite cool enough to be Beyonce. Is what I'm thinking. Maybe. I'm thinking, what's up, Megan? Megan Anderson. Welcome back. What's going on? LaShawna, good to see you again. Welcome back to you too. Welcome back to everyone. This has been an awesome day. Let's talk about this bracket. So we did the brackets. We did the bracket of the movies, the Christmas movies in the Administrator Mastermind. It was awesome. So then we did it on Brain Break. It was a good time. We thought about, hey, let's do another bracket. What if we can do something that's like, maybe we'll provide some opportunities for people to think of other ways to learn and grow, get PD, maybe even share some resources and stuff. So we decided to do a bracket of like the ways or the mediums by which you get your professional development.
Yeah.
Am I describing it properly? Yeah. And what I'm hoping happens is that maybe, based on the bracket or the things you mentioned, like, oh, I don't even think to go there for that. And I think as people are voting or sharing their thoughts, they can share not just like the medium they're voting for, but also like maybe a resource or a place they go for. Does that make sense? So if we talk about podcasts, they can share a podcast that they go to. If we talk about a website, they share a website too as part of the voting process. Now, with that being said, Dave's the architect here. I have no idea if there actually is a voting process or if we're going to put people on a spot or what. So Dave, can you break down how this is actually going to work?
So Ray is going to decide everything. No, I'm kidding.
I love it.
She does 364 days a year. So this is the one day that Ray, sorry, we want to hear from others. So basically, yeah, you set the premise there. I'll geek out a little bit. This morning when I was talking to Caitlin, we talked about differentiation and all these methods that we all try to learn. We talked about how oftentimes we try to teach kids this in the system or the way that works best for us. But we also know that at times we're guilty of that as adults too. And we think everybody is supposed to learn the same way that we learn. As a guy right now who is living the higher ed life and is supposed to do a bunch of research, I thought, what better way to do research than on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter Live utilizing social media while with a beer in hand, asking people some tough research-based questions. And I'm gonna come up with a great journal article. Everybody here that participates is gonna be a co-author on this. You're gonna just be able to add this to your resume. No worries. We're taking this to the next level.
I feel like I might actually be able to get through your college. I don't know why.
Right. Well, I often also say things that get me in a lot of trouble. So if that doesn't work out for you, this was Ray's idea. If it does work out, it's all me. So
I also want to know. Can I know? So I don't mean to interrupt, Dave, but I want to know because I forget. But like, how often? And I don't know if you've ever noticed about yourself. How often you use like something where you like 64 days of the year. This happens so that one day can then like eating for turkey and running and Ray being the boss. I'm trying to think what the other thing was. Oh, something to do with Christmas or something. I don't know. It's kind of like on How I Met Your Mother, where Barney, like he always has, like he always uses like 85 or 86% or whatever that. I can't remember what the percentage is. I'm just a little observation. Go ahead.
Yeah, I give myself a free pass when necessary, and I explain it away by saying the rest of the year when you're not watching me, I'm spot on. So free pass here. So all good. So the basic premise, we're going to take the idea of the brackets. And again, we talked about this with instructional purposes. We had Dave and Shelley Burgess on earlier this morning, and they do a bunch of stuff with brackets, but instructionally, you can use brackets to help students argue a point, synthesize their thoughts, analyze information, whatever. We're going to do that, though, with adult professional learning because we want to know what professional learning really works for you. So it's not just us saying, here's the way we're going to deliver information to you. We want to know what actually works for you. And so to vote, sometimes we'll ask for green hearts or red hearts. Sometimes we'll ask for comments. Most of the time, we want your comments, though, so other people can steal your thoughts and ideas. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
All right. So we've got 16 different methodologies, 16 different ways that we think people learn and grow. So if yours isn't in here, so be it. Let us know.
Are you doing all the tracking? Because I'm just here for the drinks. Okay, good.
Good. Yes, I got it multiple places.
Ray, did you have a question?
I just raised my hand to see if Dave would call on me instead of you, but he didn't call on either of you when you started talking.
So I won that. That's good. I'm going to take that as a big win.
Dr. Dave did not call on you. You were not supposed to speak.
Yeah, classroom management was never my strong suit. So
sorry, Dave.
I would test my kids like crazy, but getting them managed and behaving, that never worked.
You them to stop drinking during class, can't handle that one.
Yeah, what we do, they do. So round one. Again, we got these just so we can get some matchups. Round one, let's just do a simple one. Just give us your answer in the comments. And I'll put a shot clock on here. We'll have like 30 seconds. So type away, get your thumbs ready, do your stretching exercises. Gargus, go for it.
I should have asked this before. This is my fault. We are going to give us quite a few things away. Are we going to do like our normal random giveaways, or you want to tie it to this? We're going to do random stuff.
Let's do random first. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So go ahead. We'll do the first round, and then we'll give something away.
Okay. So the first one, I want you to just think what works best for you most times, because we know there's exceptions to every rule, and you'll say, well, this, but this, we get that. If you had to choose, that's what we're good at, forcing people to choose. Yes, I know Brad Hughes is the most polite Canadian around. He's always looking for the hands up. Okay, so option A, Twitter chats. Traditional Twitter chats, hashtag Mastery Chat, for example, TLAP chat. Twitter chats is option A.
Okay.
So regardless of the moderator, we're not getting into those details, Twitter chats. Or paid courses. And those paid courses could be like college, or you're part of an association, something where you have to pay some sort of fee. Paid courses or Twitter chats? What you got?
All right, so Twitter chats versus paid courses.
Put it in the comments.
And he's not necessarily saying expensive courses, just paid. Could be a lot of variety there.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
And you're picking your favorite, right? Is that what we're
doing? Which one works for you?
Which one works best for you?
Yes. Not which one do you think other people, which one works for you?
Interesting. I totally have an opinion on that.
B was paid courses, right? So paid courses. We got paid courses. We got Twitter chats. Wow, that is one flying by me. Twitter chats.
10 seconds, people.
The comments you can't even click on them.
What's that?
You can't even click on the comments. They're coming in so fast.
A lot of Twitter chats. Another paid course coming in. Jeez, oh man.
3.
There's another paid course. Another paid course. Twitter chat. Paid course.
Stop your thumbs. Okay. So this is interesting. because
free courses, which wasn't one of the answers. She wrote it in.
See, that there's always a renegade in the group. Or you can do a paid Twitter chat. You want to go that route, but that's not the option. We can. Oh, there's an idea for us. Never mind.
Write that down somewhere. Hold on, I got a place.
So this is interesting though, because as a guy who spends his days in higher ed where people have to pay to take the courses, it's interesting to see Twitter chats, I would say, was the predominant here, which is very cool. So Twitter chats are advancing paid courses. Bye-bye. Mr. Gargis.
Can we give something away?
Go ahead.
How about, you know what? We'll let them pick. We had three things they can pick.
Can they choose to be the first free member of the paid Twitter chat?
No.
No, okay.
We're going to be giving away a free item from the Teach Better swag site. A Starbucks gift card. How much is that, Ray? Do you know how much the Starbucks card is?
$100. I don't know.
Whoa! How about
Wow.
a $20 Starbucks gift, $10 Starbucks? I don't know what it is. A Starbucks gift card, and a third thing you can get is a coffee date with just me and Dave. Just 2-on-1, the three of us hanging out. And if it's not coffee, that's okay. If it's not coffee, so
Yeah,
just
you can play along. Go ahead, Ray. If you want it, you can play along.
What's that?
I said Ray feels bad, but she can play along. She can win the date with us.
Yeah, why can't I want to go on the coffee date. Whatever. I don't want to come anymore. Never mind. You guys have fun.
I got it. This is going to take a real fan. A real Ray team, a true Team Ray fan. First person to tell me in the comments Ray's favorite coffee shop.
Oh, there's no way.
For those three. While they're going through that, Dave, let's go to the next round here.
Okay.
Next
So
matchup.
we're still in the first round. Next matchup. This is an interesting one as well. This is for the readers out there, or the people that like to take the text to voice route, but it's a lot of reading involved. Blogs or journal/white papers. So blogs or journal/white papers. Ooh,
So you're voting on blogs versus journal/white papers.
Yep.
Joe just won. Joe, you need to let me know which one you want to win.
That was not easy. That was a very hard question.
Well, you gotta remember that.
People don't know that I love Zion Coffee unless you like stalk me on Instagram all the time or listen to me always talk about where I'm working.
We have a lot of people that know, like a lot of people guess Zion or someone. Someone said it start with a Z. All right, I'm seeing blogs.
I'm not even gonna start the chat block here.
Blogs.
This is like the layup line. There we go. Don't you can save your thumbs for the next question. Blogs.
Yeah, blogs just dumped all over.
So you can cancel your Teach Better Journal membership, people, because we're converting everything to online blogs now. Fair enough. Got it.
Big time winner.
Okay.
Although I got Hedrick did come in with journals, so like she does. She's got.
Hedrick, tell you what, take all the blogs on the site, print them off, get a stapler, turn it into your own journal, and do what you want to do with it.
All right, Joe, we'll get you hooked up with a swag, buddy.
Sweet.
All right. Next matchup. So blogs moved on.
Yeah. So this one is going to be interesting. I don't want you guys to get involved in this. I'm not going to be vested interest because I think we know where we would try to sway people. We're not going to go there. This one, small group cohort conversations, like being part of a group moving forward, or podcasts.
Ooh.
Small group cohorts
or podcasts.
Or podcast, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I would never have put those against each other. That's so mean. Those are both good.
Yeah, I know. They're all good. That's the point.
Well, but the others, I feel like I had an opinion on. This one, I'm like, how could you?
Oh, go figure. Josh was
Michigan State. That's what this is. This is Michigan versus Michigan.
I'm sorry.
State.
It's what?
Duke, North Carolina. What'd you hear?
I don't know. I heard did this state. That's what I heard.
So again, small group cohort versus podcast. Ooh, this is an interesting one so far.
Yeah, we might have to actually count this one, man.
Oh, okay. Carry the.
Here's what I think is the difference. As you see people jumping in, podcasts you can do on your own time. Small group takes some sort of organization.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but is the connection?
10, 16.
Yeah, because you're kind of thinking like, is the connection of small groups better, or is it versus the convenience of podcasts? Like, what's There's a lot of ways you can go around whether this works better for me.
I'm going to put 10 seconds on the shot clock because this is close right now.
I'm nervous.
5.
Kristen Nan agrees with me, and I love her, so yay me.
Hey, Tyson's here. What's up, Tyson? Alan, also good to see you. I haven't said hi to you when you popped in. Hey, there's Bobby
And
in the house.
time, just so that I can stop my counting here.
He's cocking to keep up with the comments.
Liv, okay, Liv saying change my answer. She just heard me struggling with counting, and now Liv saying change my answer. Oh, Liv, you're lucky. I love you.
Ray, I'm giving up trying to click on comments. They're coming in too fast.
Okay, this was a close one, but podcasts.
Do you think? Oh, okay. Ooh, man.
You know,
That was
our podcast network is joining us later in the 12 hours when we're done with our drinks, so that's good.
That's good to know. You don't
Yeah,
have to
they're learning-
and-
you just learned it right after.
That's good. That's good. Okay.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, are you ready? What's going on here, dude?
Better.
Oh, stop.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Yet another tough matchup coming up, Ray. So I hope you're not frustrated yet, because these are going to seem very similar, but there are some distinctions. Okay. Are we ready?
Ready. We're ready. The green hearts are coming in, so this is just what Jeff enjoys doing for 12 hours. I guess.
He likes to chase squirrels. Okay, here we go. So face-to-face in-school PD. And I'm going to clarify this a little bit more and give you a little bit more context. By face-to-face, I mean like maybe it's a partnership where you're together for a couple of months, a couple of meetings. So it's kind of embedded throughout a time period. Okay? So some sort of partnership. Or keynote presentations.
Oh.
Right? I know.
So more like a single day type experience or
Single
a
day
long
versus
term type
multi-day,
PD
yeah.
experience. Okay.
And again, I know it depends on the person, the topic, all of that stuff. Got it. I know.
Thank you to Alan and Megan.
What are these people doing? They're trying to get me to leave the party now.
Dave,
So we're looking for.
I feel like we should have read through what you were pairing up, because I don't agree with you pairing these up in the first round. This is not supposed to be this hard this early on.
But that's the thing. You never know who's going to advance. So, yeah, I know. And
I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Charlie. I know,
Sure.
Charlie.
So
That's because you guys you just love to learn. And you're like, I love any format. I got you. I know.
the partnership face like the ongoing is definitely. I mean, they're dropping threes.
Yep. Gotcha.
And keynotes are like brick and layups.
Yep. I got it. So writing that down. Okay. The next
That's baseball jargon.
Was that
Or,
baseball?
baseball,
It was
basketball.
the orange one, right? The orange one.
It
Basketball
definitely wasn't the game for people like that.
It's
right?
been
Yeah.
too long today.
Yeah.
Hey,
That was a penalty kick, right? That was-
We've only been live for 28 minutes, Jeff. What's wrong with you?
You're right.
So, Ray, you jokingly said I should have run these by you, and I kind of did, but there was one that I made an adjustment on. So, yeah, and this is the next one because there were a couple of them on here, and I thought
you should have ran these by her because you know, Ray, you and I approved of all this.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, but that's the thing. Like, there were two of them that were redundant, and I felt like they kind of hit them twice, so I took 2 out and added 2 in. Is that okay? Well, if it's not, I'm doing it anyway. So,
To be fair, I didn't approve these. Jeff did. I was really busy making graphics. I
fair
just
enough.
trusted Dave that you could handle this, and now I learned my lesson that you can't. It's
no,
fine.
just wait till you get to the next one. So, on this one, PD with water or coffee, or PD with beer or wine.
That's actually a really good question.
See, it wasn't in the original, but I thought we'll throw that in there.
So PD with
Beer and wine, or coffee and water.
So essentially, how we
Coffee
started
and
our
water.
12-hour
Yeah.
live, or how we started this video. Which
Are you
one?
coffee or cocktails? That's the
Are
question.
you coffee or cocktail? So you're really answering coffee or cocktails in this one. We'll see, and then we're gonna do a giveaway.
Man. Can I just say that Kristen Nan said beer wine? The coolest thing, one of the coolest moments that I will never forget of Teach Bear 19 was having a beer with Kristen Nan. That was so cool.
She's one of the most amazing people out there.
So cool.
And those Pittsburgh people know how to pick their beer too. So yes. Oh, this is a tough one too. lot of people are looking at like the time of the day. It wasn't an AM versus PM thing, but that's where people are taking this. You can drink coffee at night. You could drink like a mimosa or Bloody Mary in the morning. So
I drink coffee at night almost every Monday night. Ray and I can podcast all night long.
We do podcast so late.
Hedrick, quit being that one. That person that's like, oh, where's the coffee from? What does it matter? What beer?
Okay.
What beer? Hedrick, we know your answer.
She
It's
is
beer and wine.
she won the 12-hour live. Like, I don't know that there's not an award, but she won it. It's
I'm telling you. And she brought her son on camera.
I'm sorry.
If you need to connect with Hedrick and get connected to her son and listen to his music, he is an extremely talented musician. Just saying.
So I'm going to put 10 seconds on the clock here, and I'm actually a little bit disappointed in this one. I'm going to put my beer down and show my little
it's
losing face
coffee.
here.
It's coffee and water for sure.
Yeah.
Dave, I have no idea. I haven't been paying any attention to it. So it's been coffee.
So Brain Break next week. Bring your favorite coffee, and let's sit back and enjoy.
Hey, Dave,
All right. Bailey's it is.
Hendrick wants to change her answer. She says that it's okay if it's craft beer.
Oh, yes.
Well, so that goes back to Hedrick. Our brain breaks with Rivalry Brews. I have not got them sent to Hedrick because they can't send to Texas yet because Texas makes it difficult.
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
Are we ready for that?
21 After Hours Part 2. The coffee to keep us going? I get it. All right, she's coming in finally with wine. But it sounds like coffee won.
A coffee one, yeah.
All right, let's give something away.
Okay.
So left to choose from is either a Starbucks gift card, amount TBA, or getting coffee or drinks with Dave and I. Just the three of us. You and I do just no.
Are you
If you're going the Will Smith version, I got you. I know what you're putting down right there. We're good.
Anytime I hear that, I hear the Dr. Evil and Minimi version because I hear the you and I when it goes really low. We need a good question here. I can go easy and ask someone's drink. Or we can go difficult and reach back to somewhere in the first part of our 12-hour live.
Yes. Yeah.
Wait, can we give a shout out to one of our friends? I don't know if he's still watching or not, but can we do that?
Yeah, you do whatever you want at this point, Ray. There's no wrong answers.
Okay. We've been live. Well, this is a 12-hour live. We've been live for 8 hours and 33 minutes. And one of our friends who joined us on one of the sessions in the last stream just published a book on December 22nd.
Ooh.
And we talked about his book. We talked about the cover being awesome.
great.
He's on screen.
It's available. Yeah, go get it.
That's
that
an
called?
excellent question.
Ooh, that's a good one. All right, who is it? Who's our friend that just published a book? Ray
December
specifically
2nd.
commented on how awesome the cover is. He explained how there's actually two ways to look at it.
Mhm.
That's a good one.
I love that. That's a good one. Oh, boom.
The new daddy.
Go
again.
figure.
Yeah. Oh, there you
Go
go.
figure. Nikki wins it. I don't know if
Nikki's never won
Nikki
before.
doesn't already
Nikki's
have.
never won. Nikki's never won.
Oh, she has it. Oh, I'm sorry, Nikki. Well, congratulations on your first win. Nikki, what do you want? You want the gift card, or would you like the? What was the other thing that I said?
Starbucks gift card.
Starbucks gift card. Or hanging out with Dave and I. She hangs
Or
out
not
with Dave.
having to hang out with Ray. Is that what you said? Not having to hang out with Ray?
Oh.
Is that how you
I
put it?
just want to note that everyone was on top of this. Nikki was just fast. Everyone was paying attention. I love the fact that everyone knows this stuff. Nikki hasn't won anything today. It's nice of you to wait until now. So it was good. If you don't understand, Nikki's almost. I don't know if Nikki's ever missed a brain break.
I don't think she's missed a minute of the brain
I don't
break.
think there's any lives that we've ever done. And brain break, there was like a month where every week she just cleaned house. So, Nikki, let me know what you want. If you want the gift card or if you want to do a hangout with us. So, there it is.
All right.
Hey,
Where there's no Starbucks over the mile. All right, I'm good
we're
with
gonna
that.
have our own brain break with Nikki. I'm so excited. Can I go to the next question?
Yeah, let's go.
The bracket is, I know, it eating me alive here. So the next one is an interesting one as well. This is a matchup out of the Midwest. This is the 8-9 seed. So these are two that they come from one's a big school, one's a small school, but meeting here in the conference or in the tournament's always going to be fun. But I know where Ray stands on this one. I already know where Ray stands. So don't vote Ray. I know where you're going. Option A, books. Option B, conferences. Books or conferences?
I clearly have one I like over the other.
Books with words or with pictures?
Either or. Either
Okay,
or.
just asking. Just want to clarify.
Books or conferences? Whew. And I'm going to put 20 seconds on the shot clock because time's getting away from me here. And I'm going to go put my referee shirt on otherwise.
Emily, we feel your pain. Just stick with us.
Or
More chances to win. More chances to win.
I don't know why I put time on the clock because no, that's why. Because it's
Books,
balance out.
conferences, conferences.
Yeah.
Conferences. Come on, conferences. Come on. This is too hard. Conferences.
How about
It's
a
where we
conference
meant
with
to
a
be.
bookstore?
I can't keep up with the comments, Ray. We need someone more skilled at this than me, apparently.
I need somebody better than Jeff Gargas. You're
Oh,
welcome. Good luck.
he said better. There is a lot of books there, but I really think conferences is winning.
Conferences got it, yeah. Which is fine. Which is good. All
But
good.
Magic wants to clarify conferences, like, in the before time.
Oh, yeah. And to be fair, it is hard to put on a conference in a bookstore, but you can have a bookstore in a conference. So I'll go with conferences.
Kristen brings up a good one. Conferences and leave with books to read.
There you go.
There are some really great books to go home with at the Teach Better Conferences 2019. Just saying.
Yeah.
These
Green Hearts.
green hearts are ridiculous. Dave, what's the next para?
The next one. Thank you for keeping us on track.
Okay.
Ray.
Yeah, thank you, Ray.
The next one-
I'm glad
the
you're
next
here.
one's interesting. And don't let this moment get the best of you. Think it through before you answer. Are we ready?
Yes.
All right. Option A, Facebook/YouTube/Periscope/Twitch live events. So like this.
Like this.
Or PD from a colleague in your district.
Oh, I have an answer.
So
is it
PD from a colleague in your district or stuff like
this? Yeah.
free live stream type
Live
event.
stream stuff. Yeah.
If everyone logs off right now, I'm going to be very upset at you, Dave. They're like, well, that's a good point. I got to go find a colleague.
Bring a colleague to this, people.
Ooh.
And learn with them.
Right?
I do.
All
I will
right.
say, I think this is tricky because I love the global element of this 12-hour event, but I do appreciate PD in my district just for a lot of other reasons. So this is a hard choice for sure.
Just a little comment for Dave there.
And you know what?
There you go, buddy. Enjoy that for a second. All right, moving on.
Well played. But I think it also
Man.
depends on the audience. And I get it that there are a lot of people that come to this because they feel like this is something they have been lacking. So I get that.
This stuff is it's not even Duncan. It's like this is like Globetrotters at this point. Versus the generals.
Is that the orange one?
Yeah, the orange one. Yeah,
Okay. I'm moving on.
the orange one. You use the big stick to hit it with the white one. That's
All right, the last matchup of the first round, and this is only the first round, people. So
we need to hurry up. We're gonna run out of time.
yes, we are. Okay, so the last matchup of the first round. Are we ready? One-on-one coaching.
Okay.
Or conversations in the staff lounge.
Ooh. One-on-one coaching, like personalized one-on-one coaching with a coach of some sort.
Yep.
Or
One-on-one.
just the conversations that happen around in the staff lounge.
Like that organic staff lounge stuff. Yep.
Ooh, that's an interesting one.
Mm-hmm.
Pros and cons as well.
And I know you're thinking through, well, it depends on if that teacher's at lunch that day, or it depends on who's coaching. I get it. But if you had to choose.
Couple one-on-ones came through, couple conversations, more coaching's leading right now for sure.
Dave, you've not made this easy. Let me tell you.
I'm sorry. There's just
I
so
don't
many
know.
ways that we love to learn. Yes.
Got another
Round
round
two.
there, but
It's
easily coaching,
coaching.
Dave.
Got it.
Easily one-on-one.
Okay. So I have the matchups. We are down to the Elite Eight. Whew, that took us a while, but the first round is always where the upsets happen. It's where you get the last minute shots, the drama's there, and now you get the people that really belong, and now you get the games that matter. This is for a chance in the Final Four. These have all won before. So are we ready? If you need to take another little sip of your water or coffee, I almost said beer, but I remember the audience, your water or your coffee, feel free. Because here we go. The 1 versus the 2. Twitter chats versus blogs.
Ooh.
Boom.
Twitter chats versus blogs.
Right?
Ooh.
Twitter chats.
Duke versus UNC at this point, right there.
No, I was thinking more Ohio State.
Ohio.
Are you a Bobcat or a Buckeye? No, these are actually good teams. You're right. These are good. This is a good
I don't think that'd be much of anything. All right, let's see where we're at here. We got blogs coming in, Twitter chats.
Wow. Seriously, where is my slide rule? This is a hard one.
Blogs.
Where is a middle school math teacher when I need her?
Blogs. Dave, it's pretty back and forth.
I know.
I think chats are leading a little bit.
Oh, I would have gone blogs in a heartbeat. Wow.
Yeah, blogs you can take your time with. Chat.
But then again, Dave, you could share blogs in a Twitter chat.
But I think where a lot of people, it seems like the chats lead to the connections. The chats, there's interaction. It goes beyond just the initial, the initial created piece. With the blog, not as much interaction, or at least not as much immediate interaction, right?
And I wonder how many people are thinking about that too. It's not like where it starts, where it leads to. You know, it's.
I gotta give this one. I think Twitter chats take this one pretty good.
I agree.
Pretty goodly.
Pretty goodly.
Pretty well.
Yeah, pretty goodly. And maybe this is why coffee is better than beer for PD. Just saying.
I don't think this has anything. I'm not drinking beer. This is 8.5 hours. That's what this is.
Okay. All right. Are we ready for the next one?
Technically, it's more than 8.5 hours. We're at 8 hours and 42 minutes.
Well, technically, Ray and I were on chatting at 7:30 a.m. Eastern time this morning. So, okay, next lineup.
Okay, the next lineup: podcasts versus that face-to-face ongoing PD.
Ooh, podcast versus ongoing PD.
Well, this is a tricky one because I feel like both make you feel like you're in this long-term relationship with people.
I agree.
Like I've said before, that's how I got connected with you guys, listening to your podcast. I just felt like we had this connection. You guys had never spoken to me, but I felt like you were constantly talking to me versus you coming to the district or engaging with me on a regular basis, getting to know me and what I need. I mean, this would be really difficult if I were a voting member, but I'm not.
Adam, I hope you're okay. Email me, brother. I'm going to take care of that sweatshirt for you. We're going to get that fixed. Dave, Jamie is just so appreciative of you. You're really making us think. This does kind of feel like we're an admin mastermind at this point, talking about Christmas movies. Like, this is tough. Face to face. Oh, geez, here it goes. They just blew in here. Hold on, I got to find the most recent one. Ongoing PD. Podcast long term. Podcast. Face to face. Podcast. Face to face. 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 Ongoing podcast. PD. I gotta say, I think the face-to-face PD is.
I agree. Okay, we have half of the final four decided already.
I honestly didn't know. I honestly thought it would be. I thought podcast would get beat a little bit worse there. They held on.
Wow. Maybe it was just people didn't want to offend. I don't know.
Hey, Holly, we do that. It just doesn't ever turn out very well.
You can bring us both. It might be a little it might be ridiculous, but we'll come. We'll do it. See, now Holly said, "Hey, everyone, imagine it's Jeff and Ray doing face to face," and everyone's like, "Podcast," which they can also get us. All right, so face to face PD won that, right?
Okay. Yep.
All right, moving on.
Ready? All right, the next one. Stuff like this, the live stream, Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Periscope thing. So the live stream PD or the one-on-one coaching.
Ooh.
So one-on-one coaching or a live stream event.
One-on-one personalized coaching or like live streamed events and training.
Yeah.
And you're saying which do you learn best from? Which is the best
works best for you?
Yeah, which if you had to choose?
I don't know, because there's been so much in this 12-hour live stream, funny but really intense conversation. It's been like a roller coaster.
And I want to make sure people understand. take the brain break out of this. If you're using the brain break as your gauge, that's not even fair. So take the brain break out of that conversation and think about the stuff Ray's talking about right now. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. When Megan asks for something, typically she gets it.
I was getting ready to go for a jog. Sorry.
All right, so what we got? We got one-on-one coaching. We got stuff like this, one-on-one coaching, live stream. Oh, geez, there goes the comments again. You think I'd be ready for it, but I'm not. Live stream.
What's interesting is somebody sent me an email and said, we'll watch the comments. You don't worry about the comments, Dave. I got the comments covered. And then you're getting all distracted with
the problem is,
and
we said that to you as a moderator, but this doesn't count.
Oh, okay.
I figured, Dave, I looked on that. Ray and I were assessing the schedule, and we're like, okay, it's going to be a lot of comments there. It's going to be kind of crazy there. Jeff and Dave on for an hour. It's probably okay.
That's why I'm here. I'm here to help the chaos, but I don't know.
It's supposed to be not on. I heard my phone ringing because apparently I have a landline still. I got to turn that off.
Yes,
okay.
I was not supposed to be
I
here.
am so glad that phone rang because now I no longer feel like in the room.
Yeah. You don't feel like what?
I don't feel like the old man in the room anymore. When your landline starts ringing, I feel.
So, I mean, technically it's through cable, so it's not really landline, but we have it purely. This was a birthday present to my nephew because him and my son talk while they play. What do we got? Next 12. Okay, Brienne, you're on.
If nothing else happens, that is the winning. That's the winning comment for
right, what are we thinking here, Ray? Are you looking through these? Where are we at in these live stream? I think is winning this thing.
I think live stream is, but I do want to acknowledge the bias that we have been live for 8 hours and 47 minutes, and I think our network just loves all the fun.
So, but to be fair, you can spin that and say we've already been on for 8 hours and 47 minutes, and they're still finding value, right? Again, they're responding during brain break, and they're still saying that. So that says something.
I do think that we should have marketed better to our network that it was 12 hours of live PD, but actually it was 11 hours of live PD with a brain break.
With a brain break.
I don't know. I think if there's like people out there that run staff meetings or anything like that, I think they got some amazing value. Next time, don't pull out the mini fridge with the beer. Just coffee and water, and your teachers will be happy. That's what I got from this, right?
I don't think that's what you think it means.
Oh, okay. My bad. Well, on that note, let's go. This was a weird one because I don't even know how this works or what they're even debating. So in the comments, just write conferences, okay? Because your debate is coffee and water or conferences. I don't know how to argue those. So just write conferences in the comments for me, please. Or if you have something better that you could write, feel free.
Better.
Oh, you just said better. You know what happens when y'all say better? Oh my God, the comment.
What happens? What happens when we say better?
How many matchups do we have left? How many games still left, Dave?
Well, this is the one that decides the last matchup for the Final Four. So technically 3 games.
Okay, so this was conferences versus coffee and water. Coffee and water got caught doping, so they got kicked out. Conferences move on without.
Yeah. There we go.
And Green Hearts are like
way better than comments anyway. So
the Green Hearts are like either like the streaker in a baseball game or like that kid who does the dance moves and like wins the internet's hearts. Like,
it's the kiss cam. It's the kiss cam.
You know, they forget about the actual game, and everyone talks about that, like the guy in the sweater or whatever it might be. You know, so
the Green Hearts are Drake sitting in the front row,
or Spike Lee tripping someone. Like,
there you go.
Didn't he do that once? I don't know. Spike used to be he's so much fun at games. Anyway.
That's when the Knicks actually used to win something. But anyway, I digress. We're in the Final Four. So this is for a trip to the finals. 3 total games left. Ready? Let's do it. Twitter chats versus that face-to-face ongoing embedded PD. So Twitter chats versus the face-to-face ongoing stuff.
Twitter chats versus face-to-face ongoing PD.
Can I emphasize, we as a Teach Better team host a Twitter chat on Thursdays, and we partner with districts and do face-to-face personalized PD. So consider that we're doing both of them and pick your favorite. I'm just saying, because Teach Better team's pretty good at both of those.
Face-to-face coming in with pretty big stuff. So it's face to face for what? Twitter chats?
Twitter chats, yeah. And
Mike's throwing the ball up in the stadium, not hitting either hoop. I'm just referencing Mike. So it's face to face versus Twitter chat.
I'm the ref. I'm throwing in the towel. This one's done. It's not even fair.
Face to face is beaten up pretty good.
Yeah. Going back to the Eye of the Tiger, this was Drago and Apollo. I'm calling it though before the Apollo thing happened. So, yes, face to face. You just walked away. And Ray, just to clarify what that means. So, Ivan Drago was from the Soviet Union, and he was this big, mean, beastly man. He was a machine. Yes, he was a machine. Nobody could even get him to bleed. And Apollo Creed was Rocky's trainer. No, this is boxing, not basketball. And Apollo, unfortunately, meets his demise. Yes, Ivan Drago kills him. But that prompts Rocky to come out swinging and beats him. And if he can change, anybody can change, and anybody can be better, whatever. Okay, so.
I'm sorry, anybody can be what?
What'd you say?
Yes, I did. Oh, I did. I said better. Okay, so our final matchup in the semifinals.
Is this the final game?
No, finals of the semifinals.
Oh, final semi. Okay.
Whew. A live stream event versus conferences, like an in-person conference. And I wish we could say the Teach Better team did both of those.
We did at one point.
Well, you can say that we did both of those.
Just not
Okay.
2020.
But
We
I would
just
say this is
didn't want this
what
yet.
kind of incentive the team might need as soon as COVID ends to get another one going. But we'll see what happens here.
So what's the matchup right now?
A live stream event versus an in-person conference. Yes.
Can
There
you
is
think
a
about
live stream up there, but most are being conferences here. Most
think about
conferences.
live stream? You can be in your PJs. Conferences, you have to get dressed. Just saying.
Yeah, there are some live streamings coming in, but conferences definitely easily winning this one.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I remember some live streams kind of happening during a conference.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Donnie Epps was live the entire time.
I remember seeing some splits on the stage. I remember. Yeah, I remember seeing some magic happen. Yeah.
It's
Okay,
fine,
so-
Dave. You were able to see that because you went to the wrong conference. That's okay.
Yeah, I did. But my wrong conference was in the right city. Just to be fair,
That's true.
Nashville, Tennessee. But yes, you are right.
Live streams actually got quite a bit here.
It's picking up some momentum right now. I know.
But
I think if this was a 5-quarter game, live stream might catch up.
I enjoy seeing Robert Breyer commenting, even though I can see him down there because he's waiting for our next segment. So appreciate it, brother. Jeff Prickett's there too.
Hold on. This ends?
This does
Yeah,
end.
we have under 7 minutes, so
You didn't tell me that.
I know. I'm sorry, dude. I didn't want you to come in with a broken heart. I wanted to break it live.
Jeff. that just comes too easy for me. Okay, so our championship game.
Oh, you're a Michigan fan. I get it.
Yeah. Oh, no, there's no heart left. It's been stepped on and whatever. It's hard. Okay, are we ready? This is an interesting one. So basically, you're going to decide, do you like to travel or stay home? That is really the question. Do you like it when the PD comes to you in that face-to-face environment, or do you like when you get to go away and travel to a conference? So coming to you or going there?
So this
Conferences
is
versus
face-to-face,
face-to-face?
ongoing face-to-face partnership PD versus
Conferences. Yes.
Okay.
Ray, you've got a question. Go ahead.
Can you confirm that these are both paid for? Because going to a conference, sometimes teachers have to pay for. So can you preface that the district is paying for them to either come to you or you to go? Because that would be different.
I would say yes. You have an administrator who has found that grant for you, who has made the magic happen, who has taken care of things. Maybe they use some CARES Act funds. Maybe they set aside and said, no, this is important for your growth. Instead of buying a new set of math textbooks, I'm going to actually invest in your future, teacher. Yes.
Thank you.
Maybe they worked with the Teach Better team and found a grant that worked for what you were looking for.
Yeah.
Do
So
that.
regardless, it's do you want to get away, or do you want people to come to you?
I'm
Do you
seeing
want
a
your
lot of
entire
travel
school to
and
be
conferences
inspired,
here.
or do you just need a break from your 4 kids and you're willing to travel to Ohio for it?
It's
What
dangerous.
is-
It's dangerous to ask this in 2020, Dave. We've all not traveled for a very long time.
True. That's true. This is true.
Jeff, I'm not sure I'd call that PD, but I loved going to Jeff's classroom too.
So where do we stand? I see going away, conferences, travel, go away, get away. Go away. Travel a drivable distance. Rob Breyer's trying to bring people to North Carolina. So hold on, I got to clarify Rob Breyer. So is Rob Breyer saying bring people to him, or is he saying he likes it because other people go away to get to him? I'm not quite sure how that vote works.
Rob Breyer just wants to be involved. Really, that's it.
Yeah.
I have a feeling he's in a really good sweatshirt today. Let's all bet money if he's in a really great sweatshirt before we get started.
I bet it's gonna be on. It's gonna be on.
I think it's gonna be on.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
But I don't know. I think Jeff Prickett's gonna be on with him too, and his shirt might be better. Just saying.
Did you say better again? Dave Schmittou, cut it out.
Come on, Green Hearts. Come on, Green Hearts. There's a lot of you watching. Got to follow the rules.
Okay. Well, I am doing my quick maths.
I think Camp Conference won that one.
Conferences is our champion.
Conferences are the champion.
So this is an interesting mandate that I think was just put down for the Teach Better team. Right? No ha's. That this was a clear mandate. It's a mandate of the people, right? Isn't that how it works when we vote? It is a mandate of the people. And I think what the people have said, there's a lot of ways for us to become better. There's a lot of ways for us to grow better and to be better. But collectively, how we want the team to get better is for the team to find a way to have a conference. If there's not a conference, if we can't do a conference, this live event is a nice second place. This is a nice backup plan. And I think we will all be better as a result of experiences like this if we can't see each other face to face someday.
All right, we better give this gift card away because we're almost out of time. Jeez, oh man, the comments! I'm loving these hearts. This is the best thing.
It's Dave. He said better like 17 times in one segment.
You know what I love most about this is this happened back in June with the Betterflies thing. Like it's this Green Heart thing. It's like we didn't plan it. That's 100% organic. Megan Wells pitched this idea of Pee Wee's Playhouse, of having the word that makes it go crazy, and we talked about how do we show that, and it was how about Green Hearts, and just
can you just think about what you just said? That Teach Better just took an idea from Pee Wee's Playhouse. And like that drove the
I
day.
want to say we took it from Megan Wells.
The best part is that Jeff on camera said, we don't say better that often.
Well, 364 days out of the year, he doesn't. But one day, no.
One day, I say it a lot. I don't say it the rest of the year, so I can say it a lot today. They're still coming in. It's just you watch and you can't see all. I'm trying to put a bunch on screen, but it's like I click on one and then it's like I got to go scroll up because where I clicked it gets just destroyed by it. So because we get to see on all of, and like right now I'm looking, we are split. Like normally Facebook just dominates, but we are split pretty good amongst Facebook and YouTube.
Yeah,
that's because
Twitch only gets a few, but like.
That's because Alex shared that YouTube comments were coming in faster and everyone wants to win the giveaway.
A lot of people want to. Well, the thing is, though, like, that was last stream. It seems to change every time we do a brain break. Like, they seem to change all the time. So, all right, we got to give this thing away because we got to go.
I have to go.
For a amount yet to be determined gift card. It's somewhere between $10 and $100. We'll figure it out.
Yep.
Let's... Do you have something, right? You got a question?
I have one. First person to comment with the title of Dave's podcast, because we're heading into our podcast network, is joining us next, hosted and facilitated by Joshua Stamper with amazing guests. So you guys need to comment, what is Dave Schmittou's podcast? That's also part of the Teach Better Podcast Network.
That is some amazing opportunities for learning there. I just hope that it lasts. I'm looking at the guests you guys have coming on too. And I feel like they're like this perfect segue because I get to come back in a half an hour.
I know. I was going to say that you're back.
The mastermind crew, and these are the people you have coming on now are like founding fathers of it. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, man. With Rob Breyer and Jeff Prick coming on, those are two definitely like I think they are founding fathers of the. Or really, I mean, whether they were founded or not, they have been a huge piece of that mastermind growing. I think. I feel like Prickett's recruiting people left and right, even when he doesn't show up, which is a little too often recently. Whatever, Jeff. And then you're back, so that's gonna be a good time. And then after that we've got an hour with our EduMatch family and friends.
Just a girl from Akron, yay!
Nice. With Mandy Fraley coming on, then a bunch of Edge Match authors as well afterwards with that, and then we wrap. We're almost like wrapping up. Like you realize like that we only got
No. The party's just getting started.
hangout stuff going on.
The party is just getting started.
I think I'm going to launch a Zoom link after all of this for anyone who wants to just like hang out afterwards if we haven't hung out enough today. Who won that one? Chelsea. Nice. Chelsea gets the gift card. I know there's Starbucks near her, so that's good because Chelsea's just down the road from me. All right, we are officially at the mark here, so we are going to bounce. Joshua Stamper's coming in with a couple of our awesome podcasters, so that's about to happen. And then Dave will be back in about a half hour, and Ray and I will see you at different points throughout the day. Stick with us. We continue.
Bye, guys.
Hey, welcome back everyone to the Teach Better 12-hour live stream. My name is Joshua Stamper, and I am just so excited to be back on to moderate another segment of this wonderful live event, which is a segment right now that we're going to talk about a new section of the Teach Better team, which is the podcast network. Hello to all my friends.
Hey there, everybody.
How are you? Awesome. All right. So before I begin to introduce everyone, I just want to talk a little bit about the last segment because I got a little bit of beef. I know you all too, because the brain break, I know I was showing my bias, but I was expecting the podcast PD to be a little bit higher on the bracket. What about you guys?
Oh, absolutely. A little disappointed.
All right. So for those who are watching, I want you to make sure that you're using the comment section as we're going. If you have any questions for these amazing podcasters, I want you to drop those in the comments. Oh, yeah, I must have said better. I'm loving the green hearts. But if you have questions, make sure that you're dropping them in there, and we'll try and answer them as we're going through this segment. And for those who don't know about the network, I just want you to know that we have 12 podcasts officially on the network, and we're about to bring on one more. I'm so excited to announce that. We can't do that yet, but we will very shortly. But you can check out all the amazing shows at teachbetter.com/podcast. And like Becky said, it's PD in your pocket. I think that's a wonderful term. But enough about that. I want to introduce myself and then introduce our wonderful guests. My name is Joshua Stamper. I'm one of the newest members of the Teach Better team. I am the podcast network manager. And then I'm also an administrator at a middle school in the North Texas area. And I also have a podcast on the network, which is Aspire, the leadership podcast, the leadership development podcast. I totally jacked that up. I should know my own name to the podcast, but I want to introduce the rest of you all. So I'm going to start with Brittany. If you wouldn't mind just kind of introducing yourself. I know you wear multiple hats, so share your title in education and then just a little bit about your podcast.
Yeah, so hi everyone. I'm Brittany Rincon. I teach 4th grade in Northern New Jersey. And like Josh said, I have a couple of hats. So I'm also the 4th grade team leader. And I do a lot of other things with like teacher training and PD and stuff like that. So I'm super excited about all the opportunities that I have at my school. I know it's not like that everywhere, so I'm really excited to work with teachers. And I am the host of the Teacher Leader podcast, which is very appropriate because I am a teacher leader. And primarily I started it to help other teachers find different paths to leadership and all the different ways that they can become teacher leaders. And it's just been such a wild experience. I've met so many teachers who didn't realize that they were leaders, and it's been great to connect with them and really like inspire them to really take on that mindset.
Mm-hmm. Dana, I'm going to have you go next because you are one of 3 podcasters on your podcast, and I'd love to know about what your educational title is, and then also if you wouldn't mind sharing about your podcast.
Sure. I am Dina Lau, and I live in Delaware. I am a 9th and 10th grade English teacher, department coordinator, and PD coordinator for the high school end of my school. And my podcast is Speaking Educationally, and I record this podcast with Doug Tim and Gerard Phillips. And Doug and Gerard are both administrators. And so the 3 of us, we tell people in short, we discuss all things education and equity, but really it is kind of our focus is if you had to have a discussion about equity, like what could that sound like? So that's what we do. We throw out a couple of topics and just have try to have authentic conversations around what that sounds like.
No, I love it. And Jeff, I'm going to have you go next. You are one of 2 podcasters for your podcast. So share what you do in education and then, of course, about your podcast.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Josh. Great to be here with you all. I am a high school principal here in Northern Illinois and been in education for about 26 years. Most of that time in administration, been an administrator at the elementary, middle, and high school levels. So my podcast that I run with my co-host, Adam DeWitt, is the Principal Leadership Lab. And we host guests, drop 2 episodes a week, and really just trying to advance the leadership noise out in that education world and really speak to aspiring leaders and veteran leaders as well, just to learn from their mistakes, learn from their successes, and hopefully people can glean some great things from their stories. So glad to be here.
Glad to have you. Robert, I'm going to throw it your way. If you wouldn't mind sharing about a little bit about yourself and then also about your podcast.
Sure. My name is Rob Breyer. I'm a principal down here in North Carolina at Cameron Elementary School. And my podcast is called the Guiding Principals Podcast. And I started it because I wanted to celebrate the great things that leaders are doing. I mean, leadership, you take so much time of celebrating everybody else. And so I wanted to make sure that we were celebrating leaders out there. So I tried to do something a little bit different. And beginning of my show is all about the great things they're doing in their schools. But then the end, I'm taking time to allow their staff to kind of write in, and they give me feedback on the great things that those leaders are doing in their schools. And so I share that information with them on the podcast live. And so I've had some administrators cry. I've had other people just kind of break down. It's been a really neat experience. And I just love the opportunity to connect with all these amazing people all around this country. So it's been a really great experience for me.
Yeah, Rob, you do a lot of interesting things on your podcast, which I really love, and we can definitely talk about that a little bit later. But before we go any further, I want to really ask a very important question, because I don't know about you, but when I started my podcast, there was a lot of fear that kind of rushed over me when I was behind the microphone and pushing that record button for the first time. But I'd love to hear your why. Like, why are you motivated to produce content for educators and pushing through that fear and, getting started? Because I know a lot of people have thought about creating podcasts before, but I'd love to hear your why. Why did you create the content that you're creating? So we'll go in order again. So Brittany, will you start us off?
Yeah. So I just started my podcast this year. Like, it was definitely like a product of 2020. And the reason why I really wanted to do it was because I was listening to so many podcasts, and I realized that I had a very unique story. And, my background is not in education. I did not go to school originally to become a teacher. So I did like an alternative route program, and I have all of these very unique experiences. And there's other teachers who also have a very similar story. And it really wasn't out there in the podcasting world. And I wanted to kind of put my voice out there so that people realize that, I'm not a traditionally trained teacher, but now I am, leading other teachers, like it is possible. And there's other paths to leaderships besides leaving the classroom, and all of the different ways that you could do that. And that's really why I keep going and why I'm excited about it, because I meet teachers every single day that say, I never thought of myself as a leader. And that just motivates me to keep going, because I truly believe that all teachers are leaders, especially if you're still in the classroom, or even if you're not, but like just realizing that mindset shift is so important, and it hasn't happened for a lot of teachers yet. So that's definitely a big goal of mine for next year.
What about you, Dana? What was your motivation behind the podcast?
I feel like I always had something to say. I just wasn't necessarily sure what it was. And Gerard and I met with, like, we had apparently been kind of dancing around each other around the state of Delaware, and he was in the same district as I was at one point in time, and we hadn't actually connected when we were working in the same district. We connected over Twitter, found out that the two of us were both in the state of Delaware, and he said to me, I really want to do a podcast. Are you interested? And I was like, sure. That sounds like that would be a great place for me to start. It's getting something down. And so after some discussion, realized that we both were interested in equity and changing things for teachers and kids and leaders, and had a discussion with Doug and said, is this something that you're interested in? And what we came to realize was, as I said earlier, the big thing was helping people understand how equity conversations can sound, because we're scared to have the conversation. We're scared to talk about things that might be offensive to other people, or scared to be vulnerable about what we may have done that we felt shameful about. So we just said, let's just have a conversation. Let's have it as authentically as we possibly can. And, with the understanding that we're not going to get it all right, but that's okay. And, as we continue to learn, we'll do the best that we can, and we'll make those missteps and have as much grace for ourselves as we would for other people in that process.
Yeah, I love that. What about you, Jeff?
Love that. First of all, I got to say, Dave thought that before we had a chance to log on here that I would have a better shirt on than Rob, but I think that Rob and I were pretty much thinking the same. Like, we're better on, right, Rob? I mean, come
absolutely,
on.
Jeff. Not a doubt in my mind.
Let the green hearts begin.
Jeff went from better to best right now.
From better to best. Great minds think alike. Hey, you know what? For Josh, for our why on the Principal Leadership Lab. First of all, the history of that goes back a long, long way. Adam DeWitt and I have been friends for 26 years, and we originally, a second year of teaching, we taught together in the same school, in the same, obviously district. Before we moved our own directions as administrators, but we always stayed friends. And so we always had these great Sunday conversations on the phone where he'd call me up and announce himself as my only friend in Wisconsin. And then he'd follow up with, and your only friend, which I always, made fun of him for. But we thought, what, these conversations are so great that we're having on the phone. Why don't we do something with that, right? Why don't we write a book? And then that never transpired. We never wrote the book together. And then we said, well, what we could do, we could do a podcast. We could create a podcast and like Brittany, you said yours is only a few months old. Same with ours. We just started in May or June now, I think. Just as a passion project, and really we spent a lot of time thinking about the name, the Principal Leadership Lab, but wanting to make sure that people understood that, like, there are two key words in there, actually three: the lab, because we want to experiment with ideas, principals, because we want to talk to principals. We're both acting principals, but also leadership, like the Leadership Lab. So we have spoken with and interviewed people who are teachers and educators, and even some people who are not educators but are leaders in their field, because that's important to us. What lessons have you learned, and what can other people glean from hearing from your stories? And that's really the passion behind the Principal Leadership Lab.
Awesome. Rob, what about you? What was your why?
So for me, I was lucky enough. I had two amazing school administrators who really pushed me into school administration. it wasn't a direction I was looking to go. And they really kind of pushed me and they got me to where I am today. And there's a lot of us people who aspire to be leaders, but don't always feel like they have the knowledge and the tools. And so when I started up my podcast, it was really to help aspiring leaders build a toolbox and give them some ideas, but it was also to generate a platform that gave people some ideas to innovate. And it just allowed them to really kind of think and to think outside the box, hear what other people are doing. It reminded me of the mastermind. I belong to a couple of mastermind programs, and what I love about the masterminds is hearing and sharing and being able to talk to people from different parts of the world, and they're having the same issues that I am, and allowing my guests to come on and kind of share those ideas and the things that they're doing and the great things that they're doing to enhance education for their students as well as for their teachers in their schools. So I wanted to provide them an opportunity to tell their stories, to share, but then I also want to take time to make sure I celebrated them and the great things that they're doing by reaching out to their colleagues and getting their feedback on just the great things they do as leaders. I try to make sure I'm celebrating visionary leaders as well as servant leaders. And so I want them to know that the efforts and the work they're putting in, it's worth it. And I'm hoping that through my podcast, it's taking like Brittany up there, those teacher leaders, and inspiring them to get out there and take the chance and become a school administrator. It is probably the greatest job out there. I love what I do. And I think I want everybody to be out there and to really kind of take that step, move into this role, because it's a fantastic role. It's probably one of the most rewarding jobs I've ever had.
And so many of your whys resonate with me as far as my motivation to do this every single week. And as you all know, this takes a lot of work. So you need to have a lot of passion for your projects. And I think 2020 might be the year of the podcast. I know there's a lot of folks, Jeff, Brittany, you said, you started your podcast this year, and there's been a lot of people in the comment section talking about even thinking about doing podcasts with their students in the classroom or for themselves. And so for those who are thinking about potentially creating their own podcast, what is maybe one tip that you could provide to them?
That's funny for me, Jeff, or Josh, that's exactly how I got started. I was doing podcasts with my students and we were doing it in the classroom. And then my school, for my district, I started up a podcast and it was great. We were talking about STEM education, and the whole idea behind the podcast was to promote STEM education. So for me, I just got myself a microphone and got on Anchor and just started talking. And it just, as I learned more and more tricks, but if you're going to get out there, you just got to simply get out there. And I'm sorry, Che just made me laugh.
Yeah, me too. Really
because, Jeff still doesn't know how to edit. But I am so excited, Jeff. You have two friends now because you're on my list, my friend.
Thank you.
But the idea is just take a chance and just keep working at getting better. And, it's as simple as that for me, is just try it, do it.
Yeah, I think so. I agree with you. And to Che's point, thanks, Che, for bringing that up. And thank you all for talking about me when I wasn't there last night.
You're very welcome. I try to stick up for you, Jeff.
I appreciate that. But my point is, like, why would I even need to worry about editing when I have Adam to do that for me, right?
That's the way I feel about Doug.
You know what I'm saying? Right, Dina? I mean, why would we? Why would we worry about that? I've got my thing. He's got his.
I got to get an Adam and a Doug now. That's my thing. Okay. That's my takeaway from today.
Yep.
No, I agree with you. You know what? We just said, we spent a lot of time on like, graphics and messaging, and even like I said, we spent a lot of time on the name. So I think that's important in the branding and messaging. And so that would be my tip for anyone going forward. And, I mean, I've spoken with a couple of other guys that I know who just recently dropped their first episode. It's actually 3 or 4 people who just dropped new episodes on their podcast that they just released recently, and they just did it. I heard a lot of people talking about, like, Adam Welcome. Bobby French talks about Adam Welcome and says, his advice was just do it, just start it, and that's kind of what Rob just said, right? You do need an Adam, Bobby.
Absolutely.
Just not my Adam, because you don't want him. He's not nice all the time. Just kidding. I'm kidding.
Brittany, Dana, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I guess it's done is better than perfect, because it's never going to be perfect. Like, you really just have to You have to do it. Like, it is the most awkward feeling in the world when you hit record for the first time. Like, even if you're a very extrovert person and you love to talk, like for some reason you hit the button and you're like, I have no idea what I'm going to say next. So it just takes practice. Like, I've helped a couple close friends start podcasts as well. And, it's just about doing it. Like, that's like the easiest way to, think about what you're going to say. Like, I totally agree with Jeff. Like, think about your messaging and what you're going to talk about so that you do have an identity, but you have to just like try it.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of you have re-listened to like your first couple of episodes, but they were, as my son would say, cringy. Like they just are, they're very cringy. And since there were three of us, we were trying to figure out like how to get a rhythm, in the discussion. And it was like, when I want to talk, do I use that little button and raise my hand? Like, how am I supposed to navigate this? And it was very weird. What we came to realize is that the best recordings we do are the ones where we just talk, and we just have the conversation and we talk. And it changed it a little bit because those first couple of episodes felt like work. And now it's just like, I can't wait to have this discussion. And we talk, we joke around that we always do like the pregame, and we probably should just press record during the pregame, but then it would also take a lot of editing because of the amount of like inappropriate words that fall out of our mouth while we're talking about our week and things that have gone on. And we've also recognized that we are probably doing some of the best professional development we've ever done through just that process and talking to each other. And I'm aspiring to become a leader, and I can't think of a better way for me to do that than to talk to two people that I have so much respect for how they do their jobs and how they navigate their roles, than to be able to have that conversation with them. And they're the ones I go to first now. We are heavily on Voxer, and I know at any point in time, I can say, here is something I'm thinking. Where are you on this? As two people I respect in their profession. So it's done wonders for both just the recording element. And as we continue to go on, we get better, but also too, just the professional learning. And, we don't call ourselves co-hosts of a podcast. We say that we are three parents birthing the same kid. So and that's why I joke around often. I'm like, they're not my co-hosts. They're my co-parents. So yeah. we treat each other as family now.
No, it's so true. And I think you all made the point of, it's hard at first, but it gets easier as you go. And the conversation can start to be organic and it's natural. Yes, Dana did say better. The green hearts are just going. So if someone is going on to the Teach Better Podcast Network site and they're going on to your page and they're pulling up your episodes, what is maybe one episode that you would direct them to kind of get a glimpse of kind of what you provide? And I'll let anyone answer that if one pops in your head. I know it's tough because a lot of you have several.
Go ahead.
I'm going to throw out two. So my first recommendation would be...
You're cheating already.
I know. I'm trying to be better. Needed to get that out there. So I would say the Sheldon Akins. So that was a fantastic episode, and I have just a special place in my heart for Sheldon.
Yes.
But that episode is phenomenal, as well as we recorded 2 episodes with Victor Smalls, and Victor has just been phenomenal and an incredible voice in restorative justice. And so I would say either of those episodes would be fantastic. All of our guests have been wonderful, but I would say those are the 2 episodes I would definitely listen to.
That's great. I think that when I think about, I agree with you. All of our episodes have been phenomenal. But I think as we progress, we get better. But at the same time, we've thought it very important to keep that conversation organic, like has been said here a couple of times. And so we really don't have a any scripted questions. We may have 2 questions that we ask everybody, but the rest of it is all guided by just our conversation to keep that flow really natural. So I think one of our most recent ones, actually, we just dropped it this week with retired Principal Mark French. We were able to bring him on and have a great conversation with him. That's really kind of just an episode that I would guide people to, as well as our social justice episode where we had Basil Morin in and Markenya Williams and Marcus Berlin. And we very early on had a great conversation with the 5 of us about racial injustices. And it was a very, very right around the time of George Floyd. But I think that really kickstarted our podcast career, so to speak, in that just some really great conversation. Like, we didn't script any of those questions. We just talked, and it was phenomenal. So.
All right,
I'm gonna get some brownie points here. I'm gonna go with Jeff Prickett.
Hey, Rob.
So he was one of my first episodes I ever did.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I got much better after that. So,
thanks.
Glad
to be your guinea pig.
No, it was fantastic. And I mean, if you really want to get an essence from my show, I mean, I do a couple different things, but Dave Schmidt's episode was great. You can listen to Stephen Gay, but I recently did an episode with just 3 amazing ladies who wrote the book Principled or Principal Ed. And it was a fantastic interview. We talked about their book. And it's just really fun to talk to these people and just to get to know them. Like, I now consider them friends. And I love that ability about podcasting is like, it's not just getting out there and interviewing these people. It's like you're developing new friendships and relationships. And I mean, I met Jeff almost 1.5 years ago and we're still friends today. And I mean, we still talk regularly. And so I think that's the importance for me of the podcasting is I'm meeting people on Twitter, but then like, now I've developed friendships with these people. Like, I just had Bobby French, who is, helping me co-host my show now, which is fantastic. And I met her through the mastermind and also on Twitter. So you really do develop friendships with the people that you meet on your podcast.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. I'm thinking of like the essence of my podcast. So, I do something really similar too with all of my guests. I ask everyone, like the same couple of questions, like what does teacher leadership mean to you? And I think one of the things that I've loved the most about everyone that I've interviewed is just that everyone has a different answer. And I think one of my favorite interviews was my first interview with my coworker. So with Cheryl Ann Amendola, and she actually just started her own podcast, but she was my very first guest. And it was just a very like organic, natural conversation. Like, we talked about what life was like at our school, and we talked about education and teacher leadership. And it definitely by far is still one of my favorite episodes that I've done. And I think like if you want to get an essence of me as a podcaster, that's the episode to listen to. We have so much fun, and all we do is like laugh. And, we keep it very real. Like, we're both moms, and we talk about like balancing life and leadership. And it was just a great experience.
All right, Michelle's asking for mine too, so I guess I'll answer this one. Rick Wormley was mine. His book, Fair Isn't Always Equal, was a game changer for me when I was a teacher a long time ago. And his influence just stuck with me. So to actually sit on Zoom with someone that I idolized was phenomenal. And so that experience was, for me personally, one that was amazing. So that is one of my favorite episodes. I'm getting up there in numbers, so it's getting harder as I do this longer, but that was by far one of my favorites. So thank you Michelle for asking that. Man, we are like, we need to end. Oh my goodness. All right.
I can't believe this.
This time is flown by. That's what happens when you speak to wonderful, amazing friends like you all. I just want to mention real quick in the Facebook group, I think Becky posted, I've created a Teach Better Twitter list of all of the podcasters. So any tweets that they are constructing, it goes into there. A lot of times we're advertising our new updated podcasts in that on Twitter. So make sure that you're following that. Make sure you go on to the teachbetter.com/podcast page to find all 12, soon to be 13 podcasts. And I just want to thank you all for being on with me. And then also I want to make mention that, our 12-hour live event continues next with Dave Schmittou, Bobby French, and Dan Kreines as they share about the Administrator Mastermind.
Thanks,
Thank you all.
everybody. Thank you all.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is up, everybody.
Hello there.
So for those keeping track, this is wardrobe change number 3 for the day. But I'll note, same hat all day long.
You still have Team Ray
3
underneath.
outfits. It's multiple layers, but Team Ray is always buried underneath. I know Ray's hovering. She wants proof. Okay, Ray, I see you. There you go. It's still there. Team Ray, near and dear to the heart. Don't tell Caitlin that shirt is like a layer below Ray's. So whatever that might mean, I don't know. So yeah, Dan Kreines. There you go. Wearing the swag, Bobby. Dan Kreines and Bobby French. How are you guys doing tonight?
I'm great. Bobby and I are not too far away geographically. It's pretty chilly here. I'm noticing, Dave, you've been outside a lot today. That's great, but we're in Connecticut and Massachusetts, and it's a bit frigid.
Yeah, see, I have some power to make some bubbles, and I've got these bubbles that I can just build. A lot of people are going outside and eating in these igloos. I'm creating this bubble that just surrounds me. So no matter where I am, I find a way to get outside and make some magic happen. So I am so grateful for you guys to be here and spend a half hour of your time really unpacking this mastermind thing that people see me tweeting about and commenting about all the time. And I'm just so excited that you two decided to give up a half hour of your time, because Lord knows that my Tuesday is not complete unless I get to see each and every one of you. So thank you. I can finally go to bed in a little while because I got to hang out with the two of you tonight. So before we dive into Mastermind and what that's all about and the lessons learned, just introduce yourselves a little bit. Bobby, tell us who you are, what you do, where you do it, and how life is treating you right now.
Well, hey, everybody. I'm Bobby French. And Dave, I have been tuned in since 8 this morning. So it has been a fabulous live day here. So I'm an educational leader out in Massachusetts, like Dan said. We've got some wintry, blistery weather going on. I am also a guest blogger for Teach Better, and I recently launched my own podcast. So really trying to share my message and connect with other administrators and educators.
Awesome. Dan.
And by the way, that podcast is called the Busy Principal Podcast.
There you go. Plug it away. Go for it. Yeah. Put it out
I'll
there.
help her plug it. It's okay. I am Dr. Dan Kreines. I'm an instructional coach in Connecticut, and I also have a podcast. I'm the host and creator of the Leader of Learning podcast. Dave's been a guest on, so I guess Bobby's got to come on too, and maybe she can help plug her podcast a little better when she comes on as a guest on mine.
That would be great, Dan. I'm a little new at this, but episode 4 dropped today, so all excited.
That's all good. Whatever helps make your podcast better, feel free to do it. It's all good. Let's talk instead podcast. We'll come back to that in a second. Mastermind. And I don't necessarily want this to just be about Mastermind, but I do want to tell people what that is real quick so they understand what in the world we're talking about for the next half hour before we get interrupted by the great Mandy Froelich. For people that don't know Mandy Froelich, it's Mandy Froelich if you're looking her up online, but Mandy Froelich is coming on next. So stick around for that. But for the next half hour, we're really talking leadership. Every Tuesday, we get together a couple of times, 9 a.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Eastern. We have these meetings where instructional leaders, educational leaders, school leaders, district leaders, you name it, get to come together and we just talk. we share, we grow, we brainstorm, and we truly try to make each other better every single week. And what started off as a meeting where we would just come together for an hour at 9 a.m. or 7 p.m. has really turned into these relationships that, I mean, they have blossomed and they've grown. We've got group after group after group that meets regularly. We say that the magic is what happens Tuesday to Tuesday. For each of you, can you just tell me, first of all, how did you get tapped into the mastermind group? Like, what was it that made you think, yeah, I'm going to try this? And then what has you coming back week after week?
You know,
go ahead. Yeah.
I think I was a little bit late to the game. I wish I got in there earlier, a little sooner. But, I think what I was going to say is, for anyone watching, I'm assuming a lot of people who are watching are already connected educators, but there might be some out there who haven't quite found their fit in terms of their PLN and in terms of how they really fit in certain areas and in certain avenues of education, Twitter or social media. And the thing is that the mastermind is such a great space for people to come together who may already be connected, but now on such a different level. So I guess I got started joining the mastermind because I kept seeing and hearing about it. And I've never really been in a mastermind before, although the term was familiar to me. And I know there are plenty of them out there, but this one seemed like it was going to be great from the get-go because I knew of so many of the people in it. And since I've joined for the last few months, man, it's just been like, I can't even explain how great it's been. But to find a community, I'll call it, where people are not only connecting with one another, but supporting, and the word I'll use is pushing each other to be better each and every day, and the conversations continue. Even though we meet once a week, they continue on Voxer, they continue on Twitter. Heck, a lot of us have each other's cell phone numbers, and they continue on texts and things as well. So it's just been really, really amazing.
That's so good. So good. And I might point out, Kristen Nan, I see you out there blow drying your hair while you're checking this out. I know you got a big segment coming up in an hour, so make sure that hair looks good. Make sure you got it all done up. I got you. I see what's going on. Well done. Well done. Bobby, what brought you to the group?
So really a lot about, like Dan said, and, I think I had, I get connected with Teach Better actually at the last live, like 6 months ago. That's when I really figured out, more about Teach Better, and had connected with Jeff, who had invited me, to one of the first masterminds. And so, been doing this for several months. It's just something, to look forward to. You can see all of our friends dropping, their comments in the chats there. But it's amazing to be able to come together on those Tuesdays to connect. In the beginning, we were sharing our celebrations, during this time that was really difficult for educators and administrators. Yeah. We were trying to find something, good that we could celebrate. Just making the commitments too, that really got me into writing a lot more, because that was one of my commitments at the very beginning. And then we had an accountability group in Voxer. And, I just think that you just get to hear other points of view, you know, and I think for me too, what keeps me coming back is there's so many people now that I can call, my friend, and like Dan said, having phone numbers, I was in the Voxer one Friday night and I was like, what? It's quiet. Where is everybody? And Sari Goldberg called me on my cell phone to chat with me on my commute home. It's such a different group. I don't even have the words to really explain it. People have to experience it.
And just to piggyback off of that a little bit, it's when I say that it's a group of people supporting each other and pushing one another, it goes beyond a professional setting as well. It is, they are personal connections. And, I talk a lot about leadership on my podcast and in my work, and that leadership can happen regardless of what role you have or what title you have. But the thing is that some leaders, some titles that people have, unfortunately, but naturally, are isolating. And I think there are plenty of leaders out there who they're not sure where to go and who to turn to for support. They feel like they're maybe out on an island somewhere and they're just not sure what to do. And so when we come together for masterminds every week or in the Voxer chat or text messages, a lot of it is supporting each other through things that these leaders may not find that kind of support in their schools, in their districts. So I think that aspect of it is really special.
No, it's so powerful. And to be honest with you, when I was asked to start facilitating the mastermind, it was a no-brainer, because I agree that group truly makes me better. And I'm not saying that just to get the green hearts, but feel free to do the green hearts. The group truly makes me better, not just professionally, but personally. The person and the professional that I was a decade ago is nothing like the person that I am today. The person I was 10 months ago is nothing like the person and professional I am today. And it is in such a large part because of this group, the mastermind community. The mastermind, it's not just a meeting. It's not a time where people just get together for an hour and they check it off their list and say, I did it. It's one of those, truly, you get sucked into this community and you can't let go of it. It's so powerful. So I'm going to ask each of you, you've got different connections, although geographically you're both kind of in the same place. The mastermind group, we have people that join us from Australia. We have people that join us from Canada. We've had literally all 50 states represented. We get dozens and dozens of people that join us each and every week. But I want you to think in just a second. I'm going to let you think about this for a second. The best lesson that you've taken away from the mastermind group, like what is the thing that if you were to say, oh, that was something I learned or I picked up or I grew from? Because the thing about the mastermind group is it's not a place for us to necessarily sit around and preach. The mastermind group, it's not Dave Schmittou sitting around and, okay, class, sit still for an hour. I'm going to talk to you and give you all of my wisdom. This is a place where literally I let people in, I sit back and just let the conversations flow, and we all get better and we all grow. It's a group that it's for, to answer your question, Debbie, it's for principals, assistant principals, deans, instructional coaches, superintendents, assistant superintendents, people that want to have a placard and a mini fridge and a leather chair. It's for literally, you call yourself a leader. People look to you to grow. People look to you for your influence. This is a place for you. All you gotta do, teachbetter.com/mastermind, and you're in. That's all there is. There's no secret handshake. There's no credential check. We're not asking for resumes at the door. If you're a leader and people look to you and you want to learn to grow and inspire and motivate and change lives, come on and join us. So that answers that. So I've milked this long enough to truly just to give you time to think about this.
Well, actually, I want to thank, sorry to cut you off, Dave. I want to thank Debbie, I think it was, for asking that question, because while she was asking that question and while I was thinking about what I wanted to say, that kind of struck a chord with me. And the reason is because, I'm an instructional coach. So when you think of someone who's an instructional coach, I'm kind of that middle ground between teacher and administrator, but I certainly consider myself a leader. And so I think, to be honest with you, one of the things that I've learned more so than anything is my place in the hierarchy, so to speak, of education in terms of being a leader. And it's not, you're not just a leader if you have an administrative title or the leather chair or the different things that you listed off a few minutes ago. And
mini fridge. It's a mini fridge. Mini fridge and a coffee pot. That's what matters.
Yeah. I mean, those are nice perks, but no matter what role you play, no matter what title you have, you're a leader. And I guess that's the biggest thing that I've learned. And I've heard people ask, even people who have come through, like the Voxer group, for example, or they're thinking about, there's a green heart from my son. Well, my kids rather. Yeah, that's awesome. Thanks, Ev, Leah. A little shout out. So people wonder, Kyle Hamstra, great, awesome, nice to see you here. People wonder, like, what can I bring to the table? And the thing is you can still contribute. You can ask questions. You can support people. You can help people, no matter what your title is. And so, if there are people out there who think they're leaders, want to be leaders, whatever it is, maybe it's not even about joining the mastermind groups, but maybe it's about stepping up their game in their schools or their districts, or taking a role in a different district if that's something that's going to help them up their leadership game. I've really learned to just, go for it and make that impact and make a difference. And to me, that's what the mastermind does for me every week.
Dan, I'm so glad you said that. And I'll actually add another challenge. I would say that sometimes you can lead better because of your lack of title. sometimes simply because you have a title and you have that leather chair and you have the coffee pot and the mini fridge or whatever it is, it already creates this wall where it's now this evaluator, evaluatee, administrator, whatever the case. Sometimes because you have a classroom, sometimes because you're a coach, sometimes simply because you don't walk around with a clipboard in your hand, you have more motivational and influential power. So yeah, I resonate with that loud and clear. That was good. Bobby, what about you?
I think too, you're connecting, again, with people from, across the country, Canada, elsewhere. And for me, my big thing that I've been doing a lot of professional and personal growth is learning to go slow to go fast. And to hear that a lot of the other people in the group are feeling that same way, there's a lot of validation, so again, like Dan said, that's always my mantra, get off your island, and so it helps to know that other people are going through the same kind of things that you're going through, and so to be able to share and I think to be there, when someone in the group that I'm in has a problem of practice, to know that I'm there to be able to support them, about the impact that you're having to support others and to make them better. I did it. I think was important, and it, like the sweatshirt I have on is the Teach Better Family one, because I really feel like part of that Teach Better family. Some of us masterminds, because we couldn't meet today because of the live, we got together yesterday, outside of the group, because we didn't want to go the week without it. And I love the fact that we created the Voxer group, because then it does keep us connected, throughout the week. And that's why I said it's just so hard to explain, but you also know that those people are there to support you, and that the good, the bad, the ugly, and especially with what we're dealing with now, it's interesting to hear, how are you dealing with that in Illinois? How are you dealing with that in Michigan? How's that going in, Alabama, Kentucky? You got a little group of us from sort of New England, and so it's nice to get those ideas and connect, so we're all going through the same thing, but things are a little different at the same time.
I have a great way of explaining it. I think when how when you go to an in-person conference, the sessions are great, the speakers are amazing, but the real connections and the real great conversations are the ones that happen, in the hallway. Those are the conversations that we have in the mastermind. And those are the conversations that spill over to Voxer, or hopping on a Zoom call on a day that we're not even scheduled to meet in a mastermind. And so that's honestly what makes it more special than anything. It's not the scripted, planned, prescribed kind of topics or questions or concerns that people have. It's real organic, and it's just real personal.
Yeah, that's good. That's so good. Such a great analogy. That's spot on. I mean, it is. It's the water cooler conversations that take place. And I don't want people to misconstrue this. This is not a sales pitch for the mastermind. I mean, there's no money being made in this right now whatsoever. Mastermind, it's completely free. But if you're a teacher, your administrator doesn't need to know that. Feel free to send them the link and say, I took care of this registration for you for 2021. Hey, you can join the mastermind group every Tuesday, and let them join, and you get whatever credit is coming your way. That's not our goal. The goal is really for us to just grow. I'm going to avoid using that word. It's to grow in any way, shape, or form we can. And I'm looking right now, just regardless of if you're an administrator, leader, not leader, teacher, whatever role you may possess right now. Jeff Gargas is not in this conversation, so I'm going to say this quietly. I am going to give away another lifetime membership. He didn't call me out on it earlier today, but I'm going to give away another Lifetime Academy membership to anybody watching in just a minute. So start thinking about this, because I'm going to ask you guys the same question. I'm going to ask for your favorite leadership quote. If you're trying to win the lifetime membership, don't do it yet. But your favorite leadership quote, your favorite thing, like if you were to tweet it or throw it on IG or send it to Ray Hewitt and say, make a graphic of this because it represents me as a leader. I want you to really think about it. And those of you in the comments, you're going to wait. If you were watching earlier today, you know that we made you wait. Sometimes I said snow. Sometimes I said row. You're waiting until I say that magical GO word for you to start typing your favorite leadership quote in the comments, regardless of the platform you're on, because it'll be the first person that puts it in. If you want to start typing it now and just wait to hit that little arrow to submit it, feel free. Save yourself some time. We're going to be looking for that favorite leadership quote, because something that I take away from every single time we get together, literally, I take these nuggets and trying to take all of these thoughts from dozens of amazing leaders who are way smarter than me. and try to synthesize them down, I try to say, is there something from this that I can tweet? Is there anything in this that's tweet worthy? Can I take these major thoughts and turn it into a little caption that I can then resonate on and meditate on for an entire week? Have you guys had any of those moments where you've said, "Ooh, this is that quote that I'm going to hang my hat on," whether it's from Mastermind or just leadership in general?
Yeah, and I should have brought my notebook up. I have a notebook. So, either during the mastermind or after the mastermind, some of those nuggets, those words of wisdom. Absolutely.
So actually, for me, this sort of brings me back to a bit of an early connection that I was able to make to the Teach Better team as a guest on Teach Better Talk podcast, because Ray or Jeff, but I think it was Ray, always asked the question about a quote. It's like one of their last quick 15-second kind of questions, and I always go back.
I have to ask you, Dan. Hold on. Did you win the trophy?
I don't think there was mention of the trophy when I was on there. I probably didn't. No,
I won the trophy. I'm just saying.
I'm not cool enough for the trophy, but I was cool enough to throw out this Teddy Roosevelt quote, which is that, nobody cares what you know until they know how much you care. Mm-hmm. I keep coming back to that. I know it's been mentioned in the mastermind, and in terms of leadership quotes, there really to me is no better quote, because leadership is about helping others be better. I don't care if you're not going to do it. I'm going to do it. And so I think that in order to help people grow and to be that B word, you first need to...
Whoa, Dan, the better word.
All right. To help people be better, you need to first really connect to them and build that relationship with them so that they can trust you in order to do that. So nobody cares how much you know until they know how much you care.
Yeah, it's so good. So spot on. And one of the things that we preach all the time is that, we talk about relationships. Relationships matter. Relationships before all else. But it's relationships because of a relationship. If you're trying to form a relationship because you want something else, that's manipulation. It's not a relationship. And that's what's so beautiful about this mastermind group is there's no strings attached. It's just, let's just form a relationships because we want to connect. We want to grow. We want to know about each other's lives. We want to know about each other's kids and families. And we've talked about some very real things. We talk about when people are transitioning jobs. We've helped each other polish resumes. We have talked about evaluations that have not gone well. We've talked about some very difficult conversations in this safe environment where you talk about Administrator Island. Administration leadership can be so lonely. You can feel like you're so alone and that nobody understands you. And it can be so difficult to have those conversations with others in your district or in your space. And this gives you that safe space because of the relationships that we formed where we truly do trust each other. Like we depend on each other. We lean on each other. We grow with each other. It's so good. Good.
Here's the other thing I'm thinking, Dave, when you mentioned that word island. And
before you say this, Dan,
go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Dan. Go ahead.
All right. So I appreciate all the little hearts, but I'm wondering if you could find like the emoji that has the hand raised, because I'm wondering how many people out there watching right now, by show of hands, are also on an island in the sense that they are one of the few connected educators in their school or in their district. Because if you are, please know that there are communities like this one who will take you in and make you feel part of the family, because right now you're probably not, right? You're probably that lone wolf in your school trying new things. You're wanting to innovate. You are leading, but you don't feel like maybe it's getting as far as you want it to. That's definitely being on an island. And so if you feel like that, see, I'm seeing some hands raised. Oh, that's Ray. Yeah, so there we go. So people are raising their hands. I know it's the case. I know it is, because as long as I've been a connected educator, I've met so many people who say, I want to stay connected. I want to be connected because there's no one else that I work with who is. Mm-hmm. And that's sad, but it's just the reality. There are so many teachers who are on social media, like Twitter, for example. But when you think about in the grand scheme of things, how many teachers there are in the world, how many educators, so many of them are not connected. And so people out there who want to do more, who want to push themselves and have others push them, you got to find that PLN, that family, the PLF, as Dr. Sarah Thomas coined the phrase a few years ago. Find that family of critical friends, accountability partners, whatever you want to call them, who are really going to help you through stuff.
Okay, Dan, I gotta. Do you have any idea what the schedule looks like for today? You start talking about Sarah Thomas, like EduMatch Sarah Thomas.
EduMatch Sarah
Thomas is coming up in just a minute with Mandy Freilich and company. Wow, that was well played. Well played. Okay, sorry.
Wait, I'm going to jump in with my quote here because it kind of resonates with that. Because especially with Mastermind, like my whole thing now is, the smartest person in the room is the room. So really, like, how do we work together? And that's what we do a lot with Mastermind. But I think even with educators, getting off that island, and that room doesn't have to be a virtual room, and so how do you find other ideas, and it's tough because I agree with you, Dan, not everyone is connected, no matter how much you talk about that. If you listen to episode 1 of the Busy Principal podcast, it tells you about being a connected educator, because it's so important to be able to do that and connect and share ideas,
And I gotta pause real quick. And Megan Wells, if you had been one of my students back in the day in my classroom, you would have won every game of Review Jeopardy, Review Basketball, Review Track, all of the review games. Because I swear, every time I've been on today and I've said the winner is, I've said Megan Wells afterwards. So well played, Megan Wells. You are like dominating all the things today. Well done. It's amazing. It's amazing. So Mastermind. Let me just sum it up again. teachbetter.com/mastermind, 9 a.m., 7 p.m. on Tuesdays. That's when we come together face-to-face, break bread, drink coffee, have some jokes, hang out, solve problems, really have some amazing conversations and solve the things that are affecting us. And Tuesdays are the days that give me hope. Truly, they're the days where I think, wow, we've got some amazing leaders out there really looking to change the way things are done and to grow and make us all better. And then we have other groups that have formed from that. We've got the Voxer group. We've got people that connect via phone from Tuesday to Tuesday, the 6 days in between, which is absolutely powerful. And it's people like you, Dan, like you, Bobby. We had Jeff Prickett and Rob Breyer on the last segment. You talked about Sari that joined us. We even get Jeff Gargis to join us from time to time. We've had Ray Hewitt join us from time to time. Chad Ostrowski has joined us from time to time. I mean, just amazing minds in education that come together to grow each other and inspire each other. It is so stinking powerful. So I'm going to ask each of you real quick because we only have like 2 minutes, and I know Mandy's here and people are here to hear Mandy, not me. So if you had the opportunity to drop the mic and give one last line, encouragement, voice, not necessarily about Mastermind, but just about leadership, the future of schools, what leadership means, something along those lines. What do you have to say to them? And I see, Dan, you're nodding your head. So you've got something already waiting. Bobby, you get to follow his lead and say cut and paste whatever you want to do after he's done. So Dan, go for it.
All right. Again, to get a little nostalgic here, Dave, you've asked me this question before on your podcast, and I'm going to go back to something I say on mine. At the very end of every episode of my Leader of Learning podcast, I always say, no matter who you are or where you are, you too can be a leader of learning. And I know we've said that already here tonight, but no matter what your role is or what your title is, you are a leader. Understand that you have a place in this space of education and that your leadership powers and abilities are truly valued.
So good. So good.
Well, and it's funny because it just came up in our Voxer group, but I had just started saying it last week. Like, you just don't know where that little ripple, you put that little ripple out there and you just don't know where it's going to go, and that's happened a lot in the Mastermind and some of these other ways that you just put a little thing out there and you don't know how far your ripple is going to reach. And I think that that's really important for us to remember, that we all have that impact to help and support each other.
So good. So good. I guess I'll just leave it with this. I am just so grateful for each of you. You make me better in ways that I'm sure that you don't even understand. You give me things to think about. Tuesday nights, I finished the night just feeling so relieved, like I was just able to purge my soul. And then Wednesdays, I feel so challenged to go out there and be better because of the things that each of you have said or the rest of the group have said. So the Mastermind, the work week begins on Monday. The calendar week starts on Sunday. My work begins on Tuesday. My week begins on Tuesday because of the inspiration and motivation I get from you guys and the other leaders that are out there truly changing the game for kids. So I appreciate you so much. I do want to tell everybody else though to sit tight, because we've got a couple of other amazing game changers about to join us. We've got one that I will say is a friend of mine, one of my favorite people on the planet. Okay, they're both my favorite people on the planet. I'll let them fight it out. I wasn't even going to say who it was. I was just going to let them arm wrestle over who was my favorite person on the planet. But I'm going to let Becky and Mandy sit back and fight it out. Truly, absolute all-stars about to take over the screen. So continue to hang with us here. Amazing content, amazing people joining us. So Becky, Mandy, and whoever else is going to take over the screen, the floor is yours. Bobby and Dan, thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Dave.
That Dave Schmittou, he is such a tough act to follow.
Hello, everybody. How are you?
Welcome. My name is Becky Thal, for those of you who don't know me, and I'm so incredibly honored to be here with the one and only Mandy Freilich. Hi, Mandy.
Hi.
And Ray Hewart on the screen. Welcome, ladies. Ray, I've been watching you, of course, all day, and you and I have not actually, this is the first time we're actually interacting.
That's true, but I was excited that we were going to be interacting with Mandy, because Mandy, I've been
100%.
so excited. A half an hour with Mandy Freilich, could you go wrong? I mean, really?
No. And Mandy, I'm going to let you introduce yourself, but I mean, I was, looking at your website this past week, and I was like, you're obviously part of our speakers network, which is huge, but you do 12 other things too, and one of the biggest is that you are super involved with EduMatch. And, I'd like for you to explain your role there, because they are a sponsor, one of the sponsors of our 12-hour live segment. So go ahead, Mandy, the floor is yours.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first of all, happy marathon day, ladies. Oh my gosh, 12 hours. That is insane. You don't do many things for 12 hours out of a day. So yeah, going live, that is impressive. Yeah, my name is Mandy Freilich. I appreciate you taking a look at my website. I keep it up there. I never know how many people look at it, but it's there in case anybody wants anything. And I am, for EduMatch, I'm technically the director of author success for EduMatch, but I work closely with Sarah and doing a lot of the things for the company. And otherwise, I'm an education consultant, former elementary teacher, tech integrator, director of innovation and technology. I teach a graduate level leadership course as an adjunct, and I don't know. You're
bored.
Things.
You're bored. You really don't have much going on.
I don't. I'm super excited that I'm the one thing I did decide to do, and I don't know why I'm so excited about this, but I decided to go back to my doctorate. So I'm going to start that pretty soon as well. So I'm going to add that thing onto my plate and see how that goes if I pass.
Mandy, Mandy, I wish you were busier. It just seems weird that you're at home twiddling your thumbs all the time,
I am. Yeah, I am. But, everybody's busy. Everybody's got a million different things going on. I think that's pretty common for us.
So, and Ray, why don't you just take a minute? Let's just, for argument's sake here, say somebody's just tuning in and they were like, who is this Ray Hewart we hear so many wonderful things about?
All right. Guys, if you're just tuning in now, you've missed about 10 hours of professional development. You should probably go back and rewatch. Thank God everything's recorded, so you can not only stay here live to hear the amazing Mandy Freilich share 30 minutes of insight, but you get to hear all the other stuff as well. My name is Ray Hewart. I'm a part of the Teach Better team and also a full-time 6th grade math teacher. Becky, I think it's funny because you've been facilitating not only in our live sessions, but you've been so active in the comments. I don't think you've once said what you do for the Teach Better team, and I think that's because you don't know.
No, I do now. I do now because we changed my title, and it's easier for me to remember. In fact, I heard Caitlin say her title today, and I was like, "That's right. That was the one I was having trouble with." So I am the director of marketing. I have kind of been kind of moving up, and I'm working closely with Ray. So I'm super, super excited about that. And that's a new role for me. So I'm very, very excited. And I am also a 5th grade math and science teacher. So yeah.
I was going to say, Mandy, I don't know what you think about the rules, but Becky's title technically doesn't change on the team until January 1st. So do you think we should force her to keep saying her old title?
What did you say that other title was? I feel like
training and development specialist. I don't know. There was a lot of big words for me.
All we know is that Becky does a ton for the Teach Better team, and now she gets to have a conversation with the Mandy Freilich, which I feel like, Mandy, you have sparked so much conversation on the Teach Better team because you are the OG of our speakers network. Constantly been somebody that we have connected to for insight. I love talking shop with you. So Becky, I think overall you're just like the all-star of the Teach Better team. That's the title you should just say you are.
Well, thank you. But I do want to acknowledge the green hearts that are popping up, because one thing I did fail on miserably in my session with I was so into the children's authors earlier and talking to them that I totally forgot to mention that whenever you say the word better, green hearts, you're supposed to put green hearts in the comments. So if people are just seeing that for the first time, that started first thing this morning when Jeff and Ray were on, and it's been continuing all day, and people are on it. I mean, on it. Megan Wells, right? Megan Wells was the one who came up with that. So,
Mandy, you know how this is. You facilitate live sessions all the time. Mistakes were made, okay? Mistakes were made.
Oh, yeah. It wouldn't be considered a live session if mistakes weren't made.
So tell us a little bit about 2020 for you. I mean, as we've discussed, it's been crazy for everybody, but how did what you do, how did it impact the work that you do, and how did you have to pivot and change, and just give us a review?
Yeah, so 2020 is crazy, right, for everybody. And I think I kind of joked a couple times saying that I was like almost professionally bred for pandemics. I mean, my background is in technology. My interest and passion is in educator mental health. And so when you put those two together, you get pandemics. And so I think that the pandemic was just really interesting for me because I was really pulled back to my roots, which again, get back to ed tech and everything from, I was doing Google trainings, which I haven't done in years. And, Canvas trainings and whereas I had before been more in like leadership coaching and teacher coaching and stuff like that. And there was that got totally cut off. We went back to basics. And I think that was a really, that was sort of a heads up for me, is that when I started talking to teachers in the beginning, and one of the things I kept saying to them is go back to basics, go back to basics. What do you know how to do? Stop focusing on everything you don't know how to do. You know how to teach, you know how to create relationships, do that. And when you start recognizing everything you know how to do already because you're a good teacher, this doesn't seem quite as hard. And so I had kind of this, a lot of times when I was talking to people and I was going to districts or I was doing stuff with them virtually, I would say, go back to basics. What are the top 5 things you're awesome at? Work on those. And so between that and then the educator.
That was great advice.
Yeah. Well, and what are you going to, you just can't always focus on things that are out of your control. And there were so many things specific to educators that happened. I just from the standpoint of, for example, educators are future thinkers, right? Like we're always looking ahead. And so we're looking at next week. We have our plans done for today. We had them done yesterday because we were thinking about today. Now we're thinking about tomorrow and next week and when school's over and all of that. And that is when you take a bunch of people who are future thinkers and you don't let them see the future because they don't know what's going to happen. Like that is a huge anxiety issue for people. And so even if you just take those pieces and you don't even look at the fact that some people don't, before pre-pandemic didn't know how to check their Gmail very well.
Yeah.
And now they're running a classroom online. And so, I think once you start, going back to those basics, that really helped some educators think about what was really needed at the time. So.
Yeah, excellent. So tell us a little bit about what's going on with EduMatch, and the title of our segment is Elevating Educator Voices. So tell us how EduMatch helped do that in 2020, and what is your what you can share with us. What are some plans for 2021?
Yeah, so well, of course, the founder and CEO of EduMatch is Sarah Thomas, and
love her.
One of my absolute favorite people on the planet. I always tell her, I swear she's like an angel here on earth, because she truly is like at the heart of everything that she does. It is about elevating, the voices of not only educators, but in particular, traditionally underrepresented groups. And so, we even have, for example, we have several student authors. I think we're up to 7 now or something. Even them, their voice is not traditionally being represented in professional development type books. And so she really has worked hard to make sure that, the people that are brought on as authors, they're not necessarily people with a huge following. They're people with an amazing voice or a great idea who can follow through with fantastic writing, and making sure that we really give people a platform in order to share their ideas and everything. And I have always been so proud to work for EduMatch. Because Sarah is so well loved, and in knowing her, how authentic that is. But especially in 2020, because we were already doing the things that other people had to pivot on. And that was the place where they started talking about making sure that groups were represented. That's where I could already say, we already do that. We didn't have to pivot. And I was so proud of that. And that I can take no credit for that. That is all Sarah. I just follow her around like a little puppy dog and do what she says. But then going forward, we're really going to focus a lot more in utilizing some of our the talent that we have in our authors, and start looking at providing professional development, and we've already gotten into releasing courses. Sarah's got a huge podcasting course that's amazing, and so we've been kind of working on that going forward. So it's going to be exciting.
Mandy, it doesn't surprise me at all that as 2020 hit, you guys really felt like you were prepared, because between Sarah's foresight in ensuring that she really did paint her authors to be representative of our communities, which is so incredibly important. But the work that you do, which I know you spoke about just a few minutes ago, your focus has always, not 2020, your focus has always been really strong SEL practices and tech. And your explanation on why those two were so easy for you to get into and why they go together so well is actually a conversation that I vividly remember with you, because it was in the summer and I was standing on my deck talking to you on the phone, just talking shop. And you really had such a beautiful mindset that it doesn't surprise me at all that people said, I need support, I'm going to call Mandy Freilich, or I need support, I'm going to see who in EduMatch can give me that support, or what books already exist to get support for that. So I just want to give you a huge shout out, round of applause. Like, it is so wonderful being connected to educators that are not only continuously striving to be progressive, but also seeing what problems already may exist and already trying to fix them before maybe the masses begin to acknowledge it. So really, really cool.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I remember that too, because your book came out not long after that.
That's true. We were talking shop about covers.
No, we were. That's right. I remember that.
Well, Mandy, your latest book didn't come out all that long ago, right? Reignite the Flames?
Yeah, I had Reignite the Flames in May, and then recently the Educator's Matchbook, which is a kind of workbok style
companion piece,
companion, to Reignite the Flames. So and we'll be actually giving some of those away as well later today. But I think I think that I saw somebody on Twitter today say something like, oh, I said something that was unpopular and I had people, trolling, and it makes me so sad that you can't just say what you think. And it was revolving a kind of SEL type topic. And I've always said to people, like, you can't expect to move the needle with popular platitudes. You just can't. Like, there's a time and place for platitudes. Don't get me wrong. Like, things that are inspiring and they keep you going. And there's definitely a time and place for that. But the fact of the matter is that when I started talking about educator mental health, people didn't want to hear it. Mm-hmm. And I got a bunch of flack for talking about it. And that's how I knew it was the right thing to do. That's when if you continue to just put things out that are going to be, just to get lots of likes and all of that kind of stuff, that's not necessarily the stuff that creates change. And I think that with EduMatch, that's a lot of our books are sort of like that. They're the kind that push the envelope a little bit and say, hey, this is the type of stuff we need to be talking about. And I really do hope that, adult social emotional support does seem to be a sort of a bandwagon thing right now. And I really hope that people who jump on the bandwagon are ready for the long haul, because it's been a long time coming, and it is not something that's going away after the pandemic. In fact, I think it's going to get worse. So I predict that we're going to need more support, and we're going to need more attention than we even need now as people start going back. So
that's what, I find so ironic about, obviously your book was in the works. And as we've talked about, this has kind of been one of your platforms for a while, way before the pandemic. Yeah. So, when you even look at the title, Reignite the Flames, I mean, I can tell you from a slew of educator groups, that I'm involved with, and Ray, you can say this too. It's, people are burning out quicker, than ever. And so I think that's, such an appropriate title right now, is that people do need to reignite their flames, honestly.
Yeah.
Well, and you know what, we joked earlier when Jeff and I were talking shop, whatever hour that was in this 12-hour live session, I don't even remember, but we joked with Lindsay Titus, who was in the comments. Her session was the second session of our 12-hour live. It was within the first 30 minutes. And she was quoted then consistently every half an hour the whole way through. And Lindsay Titus is amazing, but it's also because the information that she is talking about is so relevant right now. And Mandy, you've written 4 books on that same idea, trying to not burn the candle at both ends, trying to avoid teacher burnout. And I think that it's really important that all day today we've been sharing tactical resources, tactical strategies to get back on top and take control. And I love that your books are such a resource, because we've been giving away books like crazy today, and to be able to then give these out to educators and say, see, there's hope. Let's get in this together. Let's take care of one another. Let's take care of ourselves. That's really the Teach Better mindset right there.
Yeah,
and there
absolutely.
have been so many topics in 2020 that, have come to the forefront. And as you said, kind of adult and educator SEL is one among many. In fact, Josh had a great session with Trey and Hans earlier today too, talking about that, and they touched on both adult and child SEL. But I think a lot of educators have felt compelled to raise their voices. So Ray, I think now would be a good time to introduce what our giveaway is. So we're giving away 2 of Mandy's books. Is that what it is?
I think 3, Mandy. Are we doing 3?
3. We're doing 3.
3. So the first 3 people to comment how you are elevating your voice in education these days.
Ooh,
we want to hear.
Becky, I love that. So while they're in the comments sharing how they're elevating their voice, Mandy, will you give like a summary of all 3 books that we're giving away today? Because they're all different and so incredibly valuable.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see, we're giving away Divergent EDU. So Divergent EDU is a book based on an organizational structure I developed for supporting teachers in innovative change. One of the things that it talks about in Divergent EDU is really supporting educators and many different levels of the hierarchy that I created. But one of them is through their teacher engagement, which in a very short way, I define as not how much you do, but how much you love what you do. And so that's kind of Divergent EDU is how we can support educators in that way. Let's see, then we're giving away Reignite the Flames. Reignite the Flames is a follow-up technically to The Fire Within, which is my first book, but it is way more based in the information that I have researched and kind of put together since doing The Fire Within. And so it's based on educator engagement, which again is not how much you do, because everyone's like, I'm doing all the things. I'm like, yeah, but you hate it, so you're not engaged. so stop doing that. And so, it really, again, is about how much you love it. And there's a lot of different, one of the reasons that I say, if you're going to talk teacher burnout, please, please, please make sure that you actually learn all the reasons people disengage, because there's a ton of focus on burnout right now, which people are potentially burnt out. But in Reignite the Flames, for example, I list professional adversity, personal adversity, secondary traumatic stress, teacher trauma, which like a student passing away, active shooter drills, stuff like that. But then also burnout and demoralization. And burnout and demoralization feel very different, and they are a totally different way to re-engage. And so, for example, in burnout, you pull back. You create better boundaries. You take a look at what's on your plate. You push things off, make sure that your plate is manageable. So you kind of pull back. For demoralization, it's actually about leaning in. And so demoralization is when we have this moral obligation to do better as teachers, when something like pandemics creates a situation where we can't teach the way that we feel is best, it can demoralize us. And so it feels very similar to burnout, but actually what you're supposed to do is lean in. You're supposed to find a passion area. You're supposed to feed that passion. You're supposed to really work on what your professional purpose is, lean into that purpose. And so if we're consistently telling people that they're burnt out, but they're actually demoralized, they're trying to fix themselves in the wrong way. Mm-hmm. And so one of the reasons I talk about that in Reignite the Flames isn't to diagnose anybody, but it's to make sure that you can get the help that you actually need, just in case you're not actually burnt out. So that's Reignite the Flames.
Guys, do you see why I love her so much? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but like, you know that every single person was like, whoa.
It's so true. It's like, wow, that makes sense.
Sorry, man. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's okay. Because I was trying to remember. I have a cold and I'm having a hard time thinking. So I was trying to remember my last book anyway. Educator's Matchbook. So Educator's Matchbook is actually it does have some information, but it's actually a workbook. And so it takes you through all of the pieces on a week by week kind of activity guide that helps you practice some of the things that build resilience. And so, for example, it goes into mindfulness, which, is a hot topic that everybody talks about, but really nobody knows how to do. It really talks about mindfulness, and for those future thinker teachers, brings them back to the moment and says, hey, stay here. It's better here. You don't have to always be thinking about the future. And it talks about gratitude, resilience, self-care, setting boundaries and goals and all of those types of things. And so that's really what Educator's Matchbook is.
Oh my goodness. Becky, I can only imagine that every single educator has added these books to their list for 2021, but I am really excited that we're able to give away those books and to the winners. I mean, that is such an incredible opportunity, and there is so much to learn. It sounds like we need a good book study on the way.
Yeah, really. Now, Mandy, you said you're also planning on going back for your doctorate. Are you planning on starting that in 2021?
Yeah. So, well, first I have to be accepted. So I shouldn't speak. So I haven't actually been accepted to the program. I shouldn't just
I'm not thinking
assume
that'll be a problem, but
I could
okay.
do that. You never know. Stranger things have happened. So yeah, it's in organizational sustainability. And so my hope is really to work more at like a national level in some sort of capacity. Maybe in DC or something like that. So that's why I decided my ultimate goal is. I don't know where that came to me one day. One day I was sitting there and I'm like, oh, that sounds like fun. So I feel like I need a doctorate to do that. So that's what I'm gonna do.
Hashtag Mandy Freilich for president. That's all.
She's moving to DC.
I'm actually just doing it to be closer to Sarah because I'm kind of a stalker at this
There
point.
we go.
Where do you live now, Mandy?
In Wisconsin.
You live in Wisconsin, so you're open to moving, which is awesome.
Yeah, we'll see.
Mandy, I know this is a weird question. We've asked it a few times throughout the lives, but Becky, I do not mean to take like a final question away from you, but I'm dying to know. I have to know like your mic drop soapbox moment. Like, what is Mandy Freilich all about? If there was one idea that you hoped a listener of the Teach Better family took away from this 12-hour live stream, it would be this, because you are so passionate and so committed to every educator believing or understanding this concept. What would that be?
Oh, goodness. Well, I would say actually one of my soapbox things is everybody focusing on burnout. Like I want people to kind of expand their foundational knowledge of that. However, going back even a little bit more, I would say, especially for 2020, allow people to feel the feelings that they have. Allow them to have the emotions. I just had a conversation with somebody who said, how do we build empathy in our students? And I said, well, I think the way we build empathy in anybody is you have to understand and feel your own emotions and be able to name them in order to be able to feel them for somebody else. If we're always telling kids not to be sad, not to be, angry, not to be, and they don't even know what frustration is anymore because we've done everything to either protect them or not help them feel it. How do we expect anybody to gain empathy from that if they don't know it themselves? And so, we have all of the emotions going on. We have sadness and depression, and anxiety, and we have hope. Going into 2021, we all know not everything's going to change overnight, but we have hope, and that's what's keeping us going. And take some time to feel that and to understand what that feels like. So at any given time, you can bring that back. So if I feel hope and I'm sad one day, I can bring that hope back because I've acknowledged what it is and I know what it is. And so allowing people to feel all the feels, that is a super important part of being human. And so I think that would be my soapbox.
That's awesome. I mean, and the only other question that I would ask you, Mandy, which I've also asked a couple of the authors earlier is, a lot of people think about starting to write. They might be writing blogs. They've thought about writing a book. They have their own soapbox, and we've heard a lot of authors say today, throughout the day, that, they have a story to be told and they shouldn't be afraid to tell it. There's a lot of other people telling it. Why can't you tell it? So what is your advice for anyone who is an aspiring author who wants to get started?
I would say that it's just to write. And keep writing and keep writing and keep writing. And blogging was a huge part of that for me because, and I do a session on this quite a bit, actually. I'm not a natural writer, and everybody assumes that I am because I have a blog and I have books, but I'm not. I have to work really, really hard at it because I tend to write like I speak. And that's not always grammatically correct. I also tell my dog that she's the most beautiful princess and the prettiest of all the puppies, that's not really grammatically correct. So, but I would say just start to write. And the difference between my writing and when I started my blog until now is it's leagues different because I've practiced. And I think, you need to, through that writing, you need to find your voice. You need to find who you are as a writer. And that's what people connect with. It's not going to be your graphics. It's not going to be your necessarily the vignettes you put in, although it might be those too. It's going to be your voice, and it's going to be what you bring to that book as a person that you've practiced in your writing. And so that's what I would say my advice is.
That is amazing. And I just saw that Sarah Thomas has joined us. I see her in the comments. So I'm so honored that she's watching me on screen, even though I have like another 30 seconds. Hi, Sarah. But we really, really loved having you join us. And actually up next is Mr. Dave Schmittou again, and he will be on with several EduMatch authors talking about their books. So I'm going to literally like go to the bathroom, refresh my drink, and I'll be tuning back in. How about you, Ray?
Absolutely. This 12-hour live is still not over, guys. We have so much left. There is still so many conversation and so many guests. Stick around. And Mandy, I'm so honored that you allowed us to come live with you because it's so fun.
Well, thank you guys for inviting me. I really appreciate it. And I know Sarah does as well. She had another commitment that she had to take care of, but otherwise she would have been here representing EduMatch too, because we really appreciate you guys for having us on.
Well, stick around here, guys. Stick around here and definitely go follow Mandy on social media, without a doubt. So much content. Becky, do you follow Mandy?
Oh, please. I'm fangirling here, so yes. All right, and we have an hour and a half left, Jeff Gargas, just so you know.
What is up, my EduMatch family? Yay! So what you guys don't know is I've been kind of seeing some of the secret documents, and Ray and Jeff and Chad said that they wanted to have this 10.5-hour buildup to the EduMatch community coming together. So they had like this 10.5-hour appetizer just for you guys, so that everybody would know that this is what this is all about. Really, this was just a ploy to get you guys on the screen so you could share so much. This is like primetime TV. The rest of the stuff was Dr. Phil and Ellen. This is ER, Friends, Seinfeld. This is that, the thing that it's all about. So thank you all for being here. I love this. I love this. It's a family reunion.
It is. Yeah, nice to be here.
Oh, absolutely. So here's what we're going to do, because we have 6 of us on the screen. I'm going to try my best to shut up because nobody cares what Schmittou has to say anymore. This is all about you guys. You guys are the wise ones. So I'm going to we're going to go around the horn real quick. Everybody kind of just say, hey, say your favorite candy, say the name of your book, and tell me your favorite primetime TV show. Ready? Rochelle, you're up. Do you remember what I asked you for? You have no idea.
I do. Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
I do. Okay, so favorite candy probably right now is gonna be M&Ms.
Okay.
Books.
Did you know there's a new sugar cookie M&M? Did you know there's a sugar cookie M&M?
Why did you tell me that?
I'm telling you what. Oh my gosh, life change. Try it out. Sorry, go ahead.
Cookies and M&Ms, man, that's good. I have to
Right?
get that. Yeah. So I have 3 books with EduMatch. My first was In Other Words, Quotes that Push Our Thinking. Second was Unconventional Ways to Thrive in EDU. And my recent that came out last week is True Story, Lessons That One Kid Taught Us, which several of you here actually have some stories in it. And finally, favorite show on TV. I actually don't watch TV, so I can't answer. However, I just recently, at the urging of Melody McAllister, started watching The Office, and I'm frantically trying to finish all of the seasons before New Year's Eve. So 10 to go.
That's epic. Oh, that's so good. So good. And you don't ever have time to watch TV because you're always writing the next book. So
I know.
slow that down a little bit. Watch some Office, some Dunder Mifflin love. Yeah, that's good. I actually got a Christmas present this year. It is a blueprint of the Dunder Mifflin office complex. So
Nice.
amazing. Yeah,
Love it.
pretty epic. Yeah, awesome. Chris, what you
Hey,
got for us?
Hey, so favorite candy, definitely Reese Pieces. My book with EduMatch is the EdCorp's Classroom: How to Use Entrepreneurship to Engage Students in cross-curricular learning. And I tell you right now, I got a hole in my heart because last night my wife and I finished Schitt's Creek, and I don't really know what to do anymore.
You are up it now, man. What are you gonna do?
So it's all downhill basically from here.
That's totally how I felt when I finished Ozark, and I'm like, or even Cobra Kai. Like,
It's great
seriously,
too.
what are they gonna do now? Yeah,
Mhm.
right.
Big Ozark fan. That fills my Breaking Bad hole in my heart.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Awesome. Barbara Bray. Barbara, how are you?
I'm so happy to be here.
Do you remember the 3 questions? Candy, your books, and all of that stuff, and then primetime TV. What you got?
Well, I like a lot of candy. I like the Reese's peanut butter cups.
There you go.
know? And what was the second one? I forgot.
Well,
Yeah.
first of all, I love the
Oh.
fact that all you could focus on was the sound effect for Reese peanut butter cups. You forgot the
Yeah.
name of where, and the second one was your book. You're like, books, who cares? I just want to make sound for Reese peanut butter cups.
Define Your Why. That's my book. It's all about the stories. And oh gosh, I was going to say Schitt's Creek because I just love that. I finished that. Now I'm doing The Crown because I'm almost done with that. And I love binge watching.
You guys are like fancy. I haven't seen Schitt's Creek. I have never seen The Crown. I'm all like 90s trash. Not trash. You know what I mean? The good stuff.
Yeah.
The good trash. Yeah. The recycling bin, I guess we should call it. The stuff that keeps coming back. That's the stuff I'm about. So
I
that's
know.
cool. Kristen Nan, you're done blow drying your hair.
I know. I watched it today just for you guys. Well, I'm a huge fan of the Reese's Cup, so I'm with Barbara on this one. I have to say, the Reese's Cup really surprised me this season, though. They threw some Reese's Pieces, Chris, into the Reese's Cup. And for one moment, my 18-year-old son actually thought he was eating tinfoil, and I thought I was saved and I could actually have a few left for me. But with that being said, so my book is with my dear friend, colleague, and assistant superintendent, Dr. J.C. Maslick. We have All In, Taking a Gamble in Education. And I am just going to blend right in with this group because Schitt's Creek is my jam. Finished that up a couple weeks ago. And we've now kind of found our way into New Girl. So Netflix is getting our attention these days.
I am so glad that when Sarah sends out that EduMatch contract, the publishing agreement, she doesn't ask, "Have you seen Schitt's Creek?" Because I feel like I would be the lone man out in this group. So, okay, I've got a homework assignment here. Awesome, Rebecca, what you got for us? Are you a Schitt's Creek fan?
Well,
I'm going to say that as much as I can because Ray told me to stop swearing. It's either that or saying better, better, better. So I'm just going to keep saying Schitt's Creek, Schitt's Creek, Schitt's Creek.
Greenheart.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just like you. I've never seen Schitt's Creek. However, I'm not gonna lie, I was late to the game. I only got Netflix during the pandemic. So super late to the game. But right now I'm gonna go backwards for you, Dave, here. So we are watching, my husband and I, Designated Survivor on Netflix.
Oh, yes.
Love that. Love
Yeah.
that. And just got done with The Crown. And someone else mentioned Ted Lasso. Ted Lasso, so funny, hilarious. I got that from Brene Brown. My book is The Tiebreaker, about gamification for professional learning, so for adults. not just for, the students. And then my favorite candy, I would say Reese's Peanut Butter Cup, but I think I have to go with Rochelle on this one, and M&M's, especially on mint chocolate chip ice cream.
Oh, wow. So that's impressive. The reason I ask that is I think it's important for people to establish their street cred before they start talking about books and how smart they are. And I am a person, I truly judge the books by the authors who write them. And I judge authors by the candy they eat and the TV they watch. That's all I care about. I don't care about your titles. I don't care about your resume. If you don't have good candy choices, if you don't have good TV choices, I don't care what you're going to share with me. You're not going to get through to me. So Reese's, M&M, I can kind of forgive the Schitt's Creek. I hear you're on the popularity train, whatever. It's all good. So regardless, I appreciate you guys all being here. I know that Tuesday night during a vacation is this weird random night for you to say, yeah, I'll go live and hang out with a bunch of people and talk shop. So I appreciate you doing it. We're going to do this really kind of free flowing. There are going to be some people in the comments that have read your books or who might have some questions about your books. Maybe they have questions about your candy choices and your primetime TV viewing options. I don't know. So we'll let them kind of drive the ship. Otherwise, people are going to have to listen to my questions because I have a ton of questions kind of for all of you. So I'll kind of just lead it off and anybody can chime in. You don't have to do anything fancy. If you've got a response, throw it out there. First thing I want to talk about is EduMatch. EduMatch, I think, is this pretty cool organization, business, publishing company, but it's so much more than publishing. It kind of runs parallel to like what Teach Better does. It's just this amazing group of people that come together from all walks of life, all creeds and colors, and we all just come together and we form this amazing family. It is truly this EduMatch. It's the farmersonly.com for educators, minus all the touchy-feely stuff. It's truly just people getting together and growing together. What was it that brought you to EduMatch? What made you think, yeah, I'm going to get connected with EduMatch, whether it's EduMatch Publishing or just EduMatch in general?
I got to tell you a story. So you ready for this? I met Sarah back in 2014 at the Google at the Google Innovation Academy, and she and I really hit it off. We sat at the same table together, and from there, friendship kind of bloomed. And what I always admired about Sarah is she wants to tell other people's stories, even though her story is so fascinating. And I remember her talking to me about this idea for EduMatch. And she's like, I'm going to set up a Voxer. And I was like, I don't know what Voxer is, but let's go ahead and let's do it, right? So I was the first one in the EduMatch Voxer group. And it slowly started to grow, everybody telling the stories. And what was great about the EduMatch Voxer, though, is besides connecting all of us, the ongoing joke is basically, because I'm not great at Voxer, every year or so, I jump in. And I basically say, hey, I'm Chris from New Jersey, single, love long walks by the ocean. Because a lot of people initially thought it was some type of dating for teachers. Right? It's like a dating app or something.
It's not?
I mean, for some of us it is.
Oh, okay.
But that is, when you think about EduMatch, you got to think about Sarah, and you have to think about the dedication she has to the profession, to her colleagues, to telling stories that aren't her own. And I can seriously tell you, I would have never written a book if she didn't support me, if she didn't believe in me. And so, I can't tell you enough just how much I admire Sarah and how much I'm thankful to have her in my life. And EduMatch, for those early folks, the fact that they thought it was dating for teachers, it just kills me even to this day.
Oh, you got suckered, man. That's awesome. But I think that's so spot on. It's about the people. It's not about publishing books to make a lot of money and get rich, because I'll speak for me. I'm not rich, and I don't. I think if a lot of you were rich, you'd probably be hanging out, having a cocktail somewhere else, not hanging out doing Facebook and Twitter and Twitch, YouTube live with me on a Tuesday night. So that's not what it's about. It is about making these connections in the people. Anybody else want to chime in on that?
I just think it's the way Sarah sees you. Sarah, the very first time we ever connected, it was like she literally saw inside my soul. She knew exactly what I was thinking, and she believed in me instantly. And JC and I sat there having this conversation with her, and there was no doubt about it. She was just like, I love this. I love everything about it. Tell me more. Let's go for it. Let's make this happen. And there was just this belief system that was just shared. Like, she generously shared her heart with us in that moment. I will never forget that, because that was a gift I don't know how I'll ever repay.
So good.
I'm just going to jump in. The same thing. Sarah, when I met her, I just fell in love with her. And I wanted to be with her and be with EduMatch, because I just feel like everyone, it's a family here. So, and she's the greatest karaoke singer. Just had to add that.
Yeah, there's so much truth to that. It's family, and it's karaoke singing. It's girls trips that I don't obviously go on. It's all of those sorts of things. Rochelle, go ahead. Maybe next time.
I'm sorry that you didn't get to come on our girls trip. So, yeah, no, but everything that everybody else said too, what Chris said about the EduMatch, thinking it was for like a dating thing. I mean, how many disclaimers over the years, like that's not what it's for. But the first time that I even heard of EduMatch, I think it was in the summer of 2016. I had just seen a tweet. They were looking for authors to contribute to the first snapshot. And I was so excited to be part of that. And I had no idea of the span and the reach on a global scale of what the EduMatch community had. And then just getting to know people, getting to know Sarah over the years. And I mean, she's just so real. And I absolutely, like everybody else says, like, I absolutely love Sarah. She tolerates me, but she's so supportive with everything. And I'm so thankful for her and all that I mean, I don't even know that she necessarily realizes it all the time, how much of an impact she has on so many people, like everywhere, without even trying. I think sometimes it's just her natural, that's just who she is. And she does let people tell their story and is so supportive of that. So this whole community, like, I don't know where I would be without all of the people in this group, and not just the publishing, but just the whole, everybody connect with an EduMatch.
For sure.
Yeah, and I'll just add too, like, I feel like sometimes, Chris mentioned he pops in, once in a while in Boxer, but it's so true about that. Like, I could go and I have hundreds of messages on my Boxer because time just gets busy. But the minute you jump in, it's like you don't miss a heartbeat. Like, everyone is there giving ideas, giving feedback, no matter how present you are or not at the moment. And someone in Mandy's session mentioned about, I don't even know where to start kind of thing. And that's sort of where I was, because I'm sort of new to the EduMatch family. My book came out in March. And so I have never met anyone face to face yet. It's all been virtual. And it's just, you just got to start, and then they just grow you. It just happens naturally, because we just try to make each other better. And it's part of the Teach Better as well. So,
yeah. What was that? You said better? I think that's what you said. Okay.
I think
For people that are new to this whole better thing, this has been going on all day long. Anytime let's turn it into a drinking game now, a green heart game and a drink game. It's late enough. Anytime you hear better, throw some green hearts on the screen, or sip your coffee or your cocktail, whatever it is. So better. Have fun with that. Let me take this to the next step, because the newly married Sarah Thomas, is a love fest for Sarah. She is a reason so many of us are here on the screen because of her. You all kind of mentioned in your own way that one of the things that we love about her is her ability to amplify voices, to inspire people, encourage people to say, you have something to share, and go out and share it. Josh Stamper earlier today was on with some podcasters. He said he feels like 2020 was the year of authors and podcasters. Mm-hmm. Each of you felt like you had something to contribute. You felt like you had something new and unique and original to share with the world in some capacity. Can each of you just go around and kind of just share, like, you're stuck in an elevator with me we're going up 5 floors. What do you want me to take away? What do you want to fill me with? Give me your message, your elevator speech.
I'll jump in.
Go for it.
Well, Define Your Why is all about the stories. And I have a podcast, and Rochelle's been on my podcast, and she's in my book. And some others that have EduMatch authors. And what I found is I wanted to pull all the stories together that show how you can find your purpose. And Mandy was just sharing about, if you can find your purpose, then and tell your story, it's just so beautiful, and it helps other people who might be going through some of the same things. And so when I shared that with, it's going over 5 floors. Sorry.
That's right. I hit the fire button right now. I want to be trapped with you. Go ahead, Barb.
Okay. I'm sorry, but it's very hard during this pandemic, to define your why when you're not really sure. So now I'm doing one on redefine your why, and I'm even working on a children's book. So I'm having some ideas, thoughts going, and I'm just so lucky to be part of EduMatch because I can bounce ideas off of people.
I love that. It's not just like it's an addiction where you write one, you want to write another. Rochelle, right? It's not like that, but it is. It's almost like you write one and you think you've got the package complete, and you're like, oh, but there's more. And the more that you put out there, the more that you learn, the more you want to share. It's this amazing give and take. So that's awesome. So somebody else jump in. I've got a full Skyrise here to keep going on. So 5 more floors.
I'm happy to jump in. For me, when I first got to the district where I teach in New Jersey, they wanted me to teach technology. And teaching technology for technology's sake really isn't effective. And so what I wanted to do was teach my kids how to solve problems and to be able to do more with technology. And for me, it wound up being, entrepreneurship was the answer. And through COVID, if anything, what we've learned is that you are capable of great things and you're only limited by your own ideas of potential. And so what I love about entrepreneurship for students, besides that pride and ownership, is the fact that they have to use everything that they've been taught to be an entrepreneur. It's not unusual as a recovering English teacher to find my kids not just working on their writing and their elevator pitches like I'm doing now, but also be able to do the math and bring in the art and all this different stuff. And so for me, entrepreneurship seems to be a key for many students. A lot of kids who don't do well in school do very well in my class because it's not about, doing dittos and worksheets and tests and stuff like that. Success comes in waves and failure is temporary, and students who are given the ability to continue to improve over and over, use with time and the resources and the advice that I can provide in my class, we really find a way to hook kids. And what I love about entrepreneurship, especially again in the time of COVID, is that it's future proof. I know I started 2 businesses while I've been home since March, and those were just based on time and ideas that I've had. And so if I can pass on that entrepreneurial spirit to students and I can get them excited and let them know that they have the ability to be their own boss and they have the ability to change their own world and support the people around them, for me, that's really what it's all about. And so I'm hoping folks, if they check out the EdCorps classroom, is they take a look at how entrepreneurship can be used in any class with any grade to really engage students in a meaningful way so that they can empower not only themselves, but also the community and the people around them.
So good. And I'll be very real. A 43-year-old man, there's a part of me that was thinking, man, I wish I would have known about this stuff back when I was a classroom teacher. But now I'm thinking, man, I'm a 43-year-old man. I need this. This is so good. And to be fair, I'll just be very real. I've got about 5,000 books at home, and I'm selling 4,970 of them. I have 30 books I'm not selling. All of yours are on that do not sell list because you guys are so good and you inspire the snot out of me. And yeah, Jeff and Ray, their book is on that do not sell list too, just to be fair. So so good. Anybody else?
I can go. So if I was stuck on an elevator with you for 5
Hold on, time out. I never said we were stuck.
If I was stuck.
I never said stuck. I said we're going up 5 floors. Wow. Who else is ready to share?
I guess we'd be stuck longer. But anyways, so
Okay.
I would be asking, this goes right along, why do you have to be so serious? Those people that know me, I'm not a very serious person. So my book, my ideas behind the gamification, as educators, if we're not having fun, how can our students have fun?
Mm-hmm.
And so, I'm actually also an assistant basketball coach at a college, our local college here. So my book is a scouting report, like I would write for my basketball girls, and talking about how do you build a culture for gamification with adult learners, right? It can be as simple, and it walks through, how we've We did it as when I was an instructional coach, and just having fun in the workplace. It came at a time when I was in a complete rut as an educator, and I was like, oh, this is what I'm doing for the next 30 years. And it's true. We all face that. And I was like, I've got to have some fun. So we just completely reworked everything and had some fun. So
Awesome.
make sure you're having fun.
That's it. That's it. So when you are stuck on an elevator with me, we're gonna be playing all the games. So be
That's
ready.
right. Exactly.
Be ready. Rock, paper, scissors, whatever it is.
Talking about candy,
Yeah, you
we'll
got
any
it.
kind of game.
You got it. That's fun. No freaking out for us. Awesome. Rochelle, Kristen.
All right. I'll say, while you and I are in the elevator for 5 floors. See what I did there? Not stuck. I never really thought about it until you just asked that question. But now that I think about it, there's kind of a commonality in all of the books that Kristen says are dropping from the sky from me right now, which I wish they were. But I think the thing that really pushes me to write is because I spent so many years keeping myself isolated and afraid to try new things and not connecting to people. And so everything that I pour into my books is, I think just came to this, is me trying to prevent other people from going through those experiences that I did, or save them time in doing so. That just seems to be, and sharing other stories, like making people, because I never shared what I was experiencing. And so now, like, I'm all about, it started with my students. Like, I wanted to put them out there. I didn't want to stand out in front of these people and talk, but, oh yeah, you guys go and do that. I'll just stand back here. But from them taking that experience, it gave me the confidence and the realization I needed to make changes myself. And so that was the first step of many, many steps over the years. And I think that's pretty much what it's all about, is just sharing my story, but also sharing stories from others too. And floor 5.
Well played. You timed that perfectly.
So, it's really interesting the way our book All In came together. It wasn't even about like starting with the Vegas theme. It actually, the Vegas vibe came as we talked about these chances, this risk taking, the things that we needed to be able to bring to the table in these vulnerable conversations. And the trust that was built between JC and myself was something that will pay forward my entire career and beyond. It's come into my family. It's gone everywhere I go, every speaking engagement, anything. It's an amount of, it's a gift. And it's this amount of trust of being able to let a voice be heard without judgment, without taking it personally, without thinking for 1 second that it's actually about us, literally bringing every voice to the table and having these open conversations of vulnerability. And with that, we have created so much change, and it's still happening. After 23 years in education, I just left my very, very safe place of a 3rd grade classroom, and we created and built a cyberspace because that is what our community needed. And with that, I said, okay, let's do this. And I bid on a position that created overnight and made me a 2nd grade teacher, 3rd grade teacher, 4th grade teacher, 3rd and 4th learning support teacher. It's crazy and it's scary, but it's a place I need to be right now because that's where my kids are. The students that I'm teaching right now, they're not students that just chose to go cyber. They just wanted to choose virtual learning. There are no choices in this for so many. Many of my students, there's healthcare issues, whether it's for them or for a family member. There are so many stories and whys behind each of these kids. I just need to make sure that they are seen, and I need to make sure that they are heard and that they're learning every single day. And I can't do that alone. This is not about teachers and teachers or teachers and admin or, it's up, down, sideways, all of the above. It's bringing us all to the table and keeping our focus where it needs to be. And it's taking that risk. It's taking those chances and creating change when change needs to happen, because right now, this is what our kids need.
So good. So good. I'm going to challenge people that are watching right now before Jeff or Ray or whoever's playing Wizard of Oz right now does anything to the screen. Don't touch it yet. If those people that are watching this right now, take a screenshot of the image you have in front of you right now, even if you pull out your phone and take a picture of it or whatever, because I want you to go back and check and make sure that you're connected with each of these people. They've got their social media handles there so you can see who they are, connect the faces, connect with these people, because one of the most amazing things about all of their books is their books are like business cards into their world. So buy their books, go on Amazon, go to EduMatch, go connect with them, buy their books, number one, read their books, figure out who they are as people, and then connect with them as people. Go all in on forming these new connections. It's this half hour. It's already been a half hour, if you can believe that. Is mind blowing. It's crazy. But there's only so much that you can pack into a half an hour, especially with you 5 absolutely amazing all-stars. I feel like I could just talk to each of you for another hour and a half, 2 hours, and then just keep the conversation going. So I'm going to encourage people to keep the conversation going with you. So connect with them, go to Amazon, look up their names, buy what's out there. Not because they're going to go sit on a beach somewhere and get rich, but because their stories are powerful. Their stories are inspiring, especially if you share interest in candy or primetime TV with them. You'll know that you have a connection that's made in heaven, that we made matches happen today so that you could all be better. So I appreciate all of you so much. I know sometimes it sounds like a broken record, but truly, you guys all make me better. You guys are all just absolutely incredible people who inspire me. You grow me. Sometimes you challenge me and sometimes you tick me off, but it's all for the good because it's reciprocal, I'm sure. So thank you all. For those that are watching, after you take your screenshot and then you go to Amazon in a new window, come back because in just a second, the Teach Better family is going to start coming together. They're going to be joining you. The Teach Better family is going to wrap this up, put a little bow on it. There might even be some more things being given away. I don't know. But I'm sure there is because Jeff and Ray are involved. So EduMatch crew, love you guys. Appreciate you. The rest of the world, sit back, watch, enjoy, engage, and send those green hearts to the world because you're getting better.
Thanks, Dave.
We are like, this is it. This is it. It's the last hour.
One
Wow.
more hour.
I'll tell you, it kind of flew by. Like I feel like it hasn't been anything at all. Yeah, we're already like did we just start this thing? Meanwhile, I'm getting food from Livia with ideas of how we can do 24 hours. So I just want you to know I just hired her. I took care of it at the store. It's done. That's the point.
Hey,
Baby
Jeff,
is here. By the
Jeff,
way.
I don't know if it's just me, but I'm having trouble hearing you. Can you get rid of your headphones? Because you've done like 11 and a half hours well, and if you mess it up at the end, I'm going to be mad at you. Just to be clear, I'm going to take over while Jeff figures out technology. Guys, we have one more hour. Crazy. So, Jeff, are you comfortable facilitating? We are doing 1 hour of Teach Better Team Hangout. We have Becky, Andrea, Hans, Caitlin, Carrie. Jeff decided to join us. My name is Rose. We've been live for 12 hours, almost. And we are doing a half an hour with a group of our Teach Better family. We have another half an hour of another group of our Teach Better family. And we are just going to end this thing with as much confetti and giveaways as humanly possible. Hey, Jeff, how's tech going for you over there, buddy?
Am I better?
You're better.
Okay, I knew I was going to have some noise at home, so I tried to get on the headphones so I could mute and stuff. But at this point, I guess it doesn't matter. So,
You know, it's not good when Caitlin's like, get him off the screen. Get him off the screen.
she does it all the time. Man, she was doing that earlier. We were like 20 minutes into the thing. She's like, get him. I should have listened. It would have been good. Yeah. So 11 hours.
No.
It took us 11 hours to get Baby Luke on screen.
Hi, Baby Luke. Rainbow kisses.
So we have had a lot of freaking just amazing people on screen. So many just awesome conversations, both like really fun, like goofball awesome, and like really serious, deep conversations. Just been a blast. I mean, Caitlin, you and Dave like just sort of got like everyone in a tizzy earlier. Hans, your conversation with Trey and Joss was just like, I mean, it was just awesome. Something's got to come from that at some point. But it was just such a fun time. Becky, that trio you had on between PJ and Maurice and Kevin, like dynamic. Andrea, you and Megan with the ambassadors launching that, and the announcement of the applications opening up, the lead ambassador stuff coming down the road. And then we all finally got here all day long. We have all been texting, pinging, sending memos, calling, just begging Carrie to get on screen with us. And she's finally here. I don't want to say what it actually took, but Hans actually wrote her a really big check to get her to come here today. So, like, I just want to thank Hans for that. It was great. No, Carrie, awesome to have you on now as well. Ray, I think we need to do a quick roundabout, like who is everyone. So we're gonna have everyone just share really quick what your role is in education, what your role is on the team, and then we'll kind of bounce around like that. So I'm going right to you first, boss lady Carrie. You're up.
Why am I first? I'm at the bottom of the screen. All right, so I am Carrie. I'm an English teacher in Illinois. Oh, thank you. I'm an English teacher in Illinois, and I am the digital content coordinator for Teach Better. So I run the blog, and I do that now with Liv.
All right, let's go to Becky.
Hello, I am Becky Schneckster. I'm a K-5 science educator in Virginia, and on the Teach Better team, I get to work with the Speakers Network.
And let's go to Baby Luke.
Hello, I'm Andrea, and I am the ambassador coordinator along with Megan. I teach 7th grade English language arts in the suburbs outside of Chicago, and this is Baby Luke. So, hey.
Mr. Apple.
Yeah, I'm Hans Apple. I'm a counselor at Enterprise Middle School in Eastern Washington, and I'm the director of culture for the Teach Better team. And I have pajamas on now, just so everybody knows. I just decided to go casual here at the end of the day.
These guys, it's 3 hours later where you are. But
I know it is
already. I feel very jealous right now. I'm like, I should totally be in jammies. Like it's closer to bedtime. I could totally pull that off. Caitlin.
Hi, everyone. I'm Caitlin Giordano. I am a middle school English and history educator in Illinois, just outside of Chicago. And I am a training and development specialist for the Teach Better team. Had to think about it for a second. Basically, I just do whatever Ray tells me to do. So that's essentially my job here. Ray's like, hey, Caitlin, I'm not going to really tell you you're doing this thing. I'm just going to send you an event invite that says that you're doing this thing. Hope you're available. So that's basically my job.
Does anyone see a problem with that? Because I don't.
I don't see any issue. I think it's
I
worked
feel
well
like-
so far.
I think I need to like integrate my calendar with yours at this point so that it's more just like streamlined.
You all heard it. You all heard it. It's documented in our 12-hour live stream. She asked for it, people. She asked for it.
Okay, me too, Emily. Me too. But I always want pizza, so.
So it doesn't. You hear any name that makes you want pizza. Ray, we've had you do this a few times throughout the day, but we'll do it now since the family thing. Same question to you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ray Hewart. I'm currently the CMO of the Teach Better team, as well as a full-time 6th grade mean old math teacher. And I am just impressed that I got through almost 12 hours with Jeff Gargas. Jeff Gargas, what do you do on the Teach Better team besides nothing?
I'm Jeff Gargas. I'm the COO co-founder of the Teach Better team, and I do nothing. Multiple times throughout today where I texted Ray, I actually said it live during the brain break where I'm like, is this really my job? Like, is this really what I'm doing right now? And it was a blast. I'll say it again that Ray, I think it was last night when I actually texted him like, hey, pretty cool. just calculated up, and like you and I we're only on screen for like 5.5 hours tomorrow. And she's like, that's still a lot. And I'm like, yeah, but like it's not 7.5 from June because our team is just freaking amazing. And it was really cool. And I texted her not too long ago. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little both like awesome and kind of weird that like we haven't been on as much, but it's kind of cool to like, be able to use the restroom and get food and stuff like that because our team was just killing it today.
I do want to know for people in the comments, did it feel like we were live for longer than 12 hours? Raise of hands. Anyone? Anyone? I feel like there were moments that flew by.
Yes.
And then when I look back, I'm like, wait, all of that happened today? Like, Hans, your discussion was so rich, but that kind of seems like it was 4 weeks ago. Anybody else?
Hey, we're making plans for the next conversation. I love talking to Trey and Josh. That was awesome.
It was yes. That's gonna be there's something coming from that. We're gonna figure out what that is. So, this show was really great. We've had a great group. I mean, people chiming in all day long. The Green Hearts has just been so cool, and just like an organic thing that happens, which is just a testament to how awesome our network is. Amanda thinks it's gone by so fast. That's what I was saying. This has gone pretty fast, honestly. Who is that? That's Brittany saying it's flown by. 12 minutes, says Alex. 12 minutes.
Well, Alex already committed to watching all the replays over again. For those of you that are watching, you know that everything was recorded today. So if you missed Becky talking to the Speakers Network, if you missed the ambassador announcement today, if you missed Hans' discussion or Caitlin's discussion numerous times today, don't worry, it's all recorded. You can actually make this a 24-hour live by rewatching the whole thing all over again in about 45 minutes.
And Alex did agree to that. That was Alex's plan. He's going to watch this again so he gets his full 24 hours. So that's what he's doing. So he's also he knows who to ask. He's asking the boss whether we're doing 24 next time or not. I mean, all day long it was like, oh, we could definitely do like an hour and a half of that. Oh, we could definitely do an hour and a half of that. Oh, we need to do like a whole bunch of. I'm telling you, 24 wouldn't that be that hard to fill up. Like, it might be hard to survive, but it wouldn't be hard to fill up, right? So, just saying. We are gonna. I want to throw a question out to everyone, but we are gonna do a giveaway. Do we want to talk about that right now, Ray? And give them a chance to think through it, or
Carrie, do you want to talk about that right now? Should we go with yes for this one?
Let's do yes. We'll do yes. So we're gonna do a giveaway. This giveaway is. And on my notes, it doesn't specify, so I'm just going to assume they get to choose who. But it's the winner of this one gets a one-on-one coaching session with anyone on the team. So we've already asked anyone on the team. Okay. We just assume this is kind of how we treat Caitlin. Everyone's now in that same thing. We're all just like,
welcome to my world, folks.
Even baby Luke, even my everyone's fair game.
Yeah, everyone's fair game.
I don't know.
So here's how you win. Pretty easy. You just have to know a little bit about the team. So which one of the amazing people on screen right now, outside of myself or Ray, which one did we trick into joining our team first? We tricked them all. We'll continue to trick them, apparently. But who was the first? I don't even know if everyone on the screen might actually know this. I'm like Chinese, which one? So that's your question. And from there, I really want to hear. Yes, Miss Hewitt.
I'm just curious. Is this like a who came first, the chicken or the egg thing? Like, is there a right answer?
Yeah.
I have two guesses. I just want the world to know that I have two guesses. So good luck.
Well, no. If you're guessing Ray was one of the ones doing the tricking. So Ray and I are not included in this. It's of the other five on screen. Who do we trick first? So someone still thinks Ray. So Caitlin's getting a lot of votes here. Was Caitlin the first one? Caitlin.
I thought Hans. Hans, aren't you the right answer?
Ray. Becky.
I don't even know if I'm the right answer.
Okay, here's the question. Jeff, do you know the right answer?
I do know the right answer.
I know.
But I don't want to give a clue because the only clue I can give, will just make it super easy. But I guess we'll do it. We'll see who's got fast hands. The right answer hasn't been mentioned yet.
What?
Really?
I haven't seen the right unless I missed it. I haven't. Oh no, I did. Oh, I saw it. It slipped by me. Let me double check. I gotta make sure I got the right one.
Andrea, is it you?
I'm really confused.
I thought it was Caitlin.
I think it is Caitlin.
I have Andrea in my notes. So if it's wrong, it's Ray's fault because she wrote those notes. So
Okay, if we actually mean tricked, I think I might be the only one that was genuinely tricked.
well,
into
but
doing
Andrea was very quietly in before a lot of people even know. Because her and Megan worked behind the scenes for a while, probably 6 months before anyone else had any clue that they were involved. That's where we got it. Hey, look, this piece of paper I have right here says it's Andrea, so it's Andrea, okay? It doesn't really matter. Destiny's going to get that anyway, so...
Shout out to Destiny. Destiny has been participating all day long, and she popped in our bi-weekly family check-in and fostered great conversations. If you guys are not hooked up, make sure you go connect with all those people.
So that is the progression. Ray tricked Caitlin. Caitlin tricked Carrie. We then used Carrie to trick Livia. It's just been a great little trail there. So that's how we do it. So.
And to confirm, Becky thought she was interviewing for something else, and we said no, and we brought her on the team.
Yeah, it's kind of how it went. I'm guessing that's a good response from Destiny, so that's good. So I'd love to hear. Anyone can jump in. This is a free for all. Best segment from today can't be one that you were in. It's got to be something else. Best segment from today. That you were able to watch and that you felt either that you got something out of that you really enjoyed because it's funny or whatever it might be, but that you were not in today. Who wants to jump on it? Hans.
For me, it's always I go to Lindsay Titus. I feel like I take so many notes every time she speaks, like for real. Like she just blows my mind. I was totally impressed.
I do not disagree. She was phenomenal. And she just went. So fun story about Lindsay in that segment. So Ray and I were kind of like going through like, well, this, and we got this. Oh, and they'll go that way. And this game, we're like, well, what do we want to do with Lindsay? Like, what do we want to focus on? I'm like, I kind of feel like Lindsay's kind of like Chad. Let's just put the quarter in and just let her go.
Just let Lindsay be Lindsay, right?
Threw a couple words out, and she just went. And she just does that. So, definitely a good one. Who else has got one? It can't all be Lindsay. We gotta,
To confirm though, if you missed Lindsay's segment, she was in the first hour of this 12-hour live stream. So go find the first link and fast forward the first 30 minutes where Jeff and I talk about nothing, and then go listen to Lindsay.
Lindsay's getting a lot of votes here. I'm seeing everyone in the comments, which I didn't necessarily post, but definitely like in the comments, best segment from today. What did you enjoy the most? You can mention multiple. That'd be fine too. I agree with this comment. They've been really good. Dave and Caitlin were awesome talking. Great. And Caitlin, what about you? You were in a couple segments. You had to put up with Dave, which I know just brings the day down in general, but...
Oh my God, I love hanging out with Dr. Dave. He's my fave. And that rhymed, so bonus points. But okay, I have to break the rules because honestly, I don't fangirl over people ever. Literally, like that's not a thing that I do.
You embarrassed yourself on camera.
I did.
And then we talked about it later, just so you know.
I got on with them and I was like, oh my God, I'm sitting here with Hedrick and Sheldon. Like, what do I do? Like, I just wanted to sit there and listen. Like, I was like, I don't have anything to offer. I just want to listen to everything. So it was literally like, I never have those moments, but that was my favorite moment from today. Like, I'm not one that's ever at a loss for words. And I totally was.
Caitlin, I don't know if you were watching just within the last hour or two, Ray and I were talking about I think we did on a brain break when Hedrick had a big reaction to something you ranted on, and then there was this moment where you were like freaking out because she was freaking out, and I was freaking out because you were freaking out, so it was just awesome.
No, she like agreed with me, and I was like, oh my God, she liked what I said.
Schnecky, what about you?
My favorite was also Sheldon and Hendrik. I thought it was amazing. I just love listening to different perspectives about everything. So I'm cheating too. All the sessions were great to hear everyone's passion and what they really came to talk about today. But that one just hit me, and I just loved it. I loved hearing the insight. I loved hearing just their thoughts on equity and inclusion, and it was awesome to see Caitlin fangirl. Like it that made my day as well, because I'm like the ultimate fangirl. I fangirl everyone, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, like you couldn't tell that I was fangirling my 3 guests when I was moderating, but it was one of those like all of you are amazing, and so I'm like, oh my gosh, the day that Hans, when I talked to you on the phone. I immediately got off of the phone with you, and I'm texting Jeff, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I love Hans. And then, you know, I get off the phone with someone else, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I love PJ. Oh my gosh, I love Kevin. You know, like all of these messages to him, and he should save them. And like,
I have them all. She's not lying. Like this,
like I do.
I know. She doesn't have to tell me when she's talked to someone, because I just get a text like that, and I know that.
He knows.
I'm like, oh, cool.
He knows. So it was awesome, Caitlin, to see you fangirl, and I was like, oh, that's what I look like all the time.
I was like, oh my God, that was like the worst time I've ever been on camera, but whatever. I don't care. I got to be on camera with 2 amazing people.
It was awesome.
To clarify, 2 things really quick. First off, that segment with Hendrik and Sheldon was also in the first link. So if you go, the 12-hour live was in 2 different segments. They were at like the middle. Would you say, Jeff? They were in like the tail end or the middle of that conversation. So go check that out. I can find the hour mark. If you look at the agenda, you can see the exact time. And that Caitlin says, I was on screen with 2 amazing people. Jeff Gargas was also there, but no one noticed because Hendrik and Sheldon were so good.
2 amazing people and Jeff. I was honestly just there to ask questions and let the 3 of them go. That was my role. And that was just, I love that conversation. I love any chance to get a chance to talk to Sheldon or Hendrik and Caitlin as well. So, Carrie, I'm not sure how much did you get to watch a lot today? Were you with us the whole time? What was?
I think I missed 10 minutes, but I had it on the entire day, even when I was like, just like going about. Yep, I had it on.
Do you have a segment that stood out to you that really just?
I will say though, I do like that they were categorized so that you kind of knew going into it like what to expect. Mm-hmm. And I love all the different perspectives that were shown today. But I think my favorite one was probably Dave and Caitlin. I just feel like grading is just like a hot topic right now, and we're just like in this like in between time of like standards-based grading and trying to like not communicate with grades but more through feedback. And I just think they offered a lot of great advice, especially to people who are, you know, expected with their district to do something, but how to still make it work. And I don't know, that was probably my favorite one.
All right. Well, baby Luke's gone. So Andrea will take your perspective.
He's never far away. He's right here. I got to say the same. So I'm one of those people with Caitlin and Dave where I love everything you're saying and I believe everything you're saying, but I have so much pushback in my district. So I just love hearing you guys talk through it. And one day I will find a way to make it work in my district. I know I can. But so yeah, that's definitely my favorite because I could talk about grading and all of that forever.
Ray, something we haven't mentioned all day long, and I texted you about it, and I'm pretty sure you blame me. I'm not sure how I'm to blame, but I'll take the blame. We haven't mentioned all day long that like we have a 12-hour live swag collection like over at teachbetterswag.com for this event, designed by Joshua Stamper. Designed by Joshua _Stamper. And it's over there at teachbetterswag.com up right now, so you can get it. There's a whole bunch of cool stuff in that collection. And our holiday stuff is still up too, like the holiday bundles that you can save a bunch of money off too. But we didn't mention that, so teachbetterswag.com gets you that. Better Holiday is still working that code if you want to take 25% off as well. So I wanted to mention that because we forgot. So I apologize to everyone for my lack of paying attention and getting on that.
We have been a little busy. I don't know. It's not perfect, but like a little, you know.
So some people are on top of it, like Amanda. She got the inside track as an ambassador. So as we're wrapping up here, I guess I'd really love to just Ray, you've done a few things a few times throughout the day of like looking for those soapbox moments. I'd love, and not everyone has to go if you don't want to, but I'd love to have at least if everyone wants to, if we have the time, that'd be great. A soapbox moment. It's been 12 hours, been so much shared today of all different different shapes and sizes and different topics from different people and everything. I'd love for you to share, we have there's so much talent, so much experience, so much knowledge, so much awesomeness on screen right here that, I'm so fortunate to get to work with every day. I'd love for you to kind of take a soapbox, mic drop, whatever you want to call it, moment, and just share some sort of parting words to anyone who's been hanging out with us for 12 hours that you want them to take with them for the rest of this week into 2021. We're almost there. I'd love to just kind of give you guys a moment to do that. So let's do like a polite hand raise and we'll go. That way I don't want to put anybody on the spot if you don't want to do it, but we'll do a little polite hand raise and see who wants to go. So I saw Caitlin's hand go up first. Caitlin, that's awesome. Thanks for volunteering. I appreciate that a whole lot. Isn't that how it goes? Isn't that how I'm supposed to do that?
Yeah, you just
Is
tell
that
me what
only
I'm
right?
doing. Yeah. So am I sharing like my favorite mic drop moment from today?
No, I want you to share one right now that you want people to take. It can be a repeat of something that from today. That'd be fine too.
Okay, so fine. I'm good with that. Done. Get me on my
This is your
soapbox.
moment.
This is
Your
my
moment.
moment. All right. So one of the things that I feel like it just comes through in every session that we do all of the time is that the work that you do to be better starts with you. You are the person responsible for making things better for your students, for yourself, for your school, for your classroom, for your community. It is you and it is your responsibility to do that work to become better. And that's something that I feel like I hear all the time, whether it's said directly or whether it's implied. It is your job. And we have so many resources for you, like today, where you got to hear from so many amazing people tell you ways that you can go out and do better and be better. But you have to start that work in yourself and then with the people around you.
She dropped a lot of betters, guys. Lots of betters.
The greens are going crazy. The green hearts in the comments aren't even funny.
All right. Who's up next?
I don't think I can top that. That's a great mic drop. I think.
Yep, I just saw your hand go up, so go ahead, Han.
The thing that I will say is, after 12 hours, seeing all the pouring out of love, obviously all the green hearts, I just think it's such a good reminder that educators are one big family. We always talk about Teach Better being one big family, but realistically, like we're in this work together. Like everybody that's showing up every single day for kids. And, it's such a cool day of professional development and fun and all these inspirational moments. But I don't know about you guys. I just feel more connected to educators after today. I mean, I just come away, we're all pretty much the same, really.
Yeah, I think that became really apparent during our numerous different times where we had people that were even coming in out of the US, where you're constantly seeing there are so many similarities. And every single educator just wants to pursue reaching their students more and better. I hate to say it again. So Hans, I think you're so spot on. That was my biggest takeaway from today. And I'm glad that was your soapbox moment.
All right, Schnecky.
Well, to piggyback on what Hans said, in being a family, I think something that resonated for me today, and every time, like Caitlin was saying, every time there's anything going on in the world of education, specifically with the Teach Better team, it's about sharing your perspective, sharing your story, sharing your insight, sharing your concerns, sharing your questions. But it's all about sharing that. What do you know? What do you want to know? What ideas can you glean from others? And what insight can you give other people? I think every single session talked about the need to share, whether it's you sharing your expertise or your insight in something, or if it's you sharing your concern and just feeling what everyone else is putting out there to help you do. So being a part of the family is still about sharing.
Andrea?
I do hear baby Luke spitting water in the background.
That's all right.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I think today really showed that we are not alone, right? We always talk about, and we've done segments on this about, teaching on your island. We don't have to be on an island. There were so many resources available to us today for people who are experts on, grading, people who are experts on teacher mental health. SEO. There were just so many different topics that I feel like as teachers, we feel overwhelmed with and need help with. Reach out to all the people that we're speaking today. Follow them on Twitter, on Instagram. I think it just really shows us that we are not alone. There are so many people here to help you, and we want to help you.
I'll go really quick. So then kind of piggybacking off of what like Hans, Becky, and Andrea were saying, that we all do have something to share. And I think at times it can be very overwhelming and like you never know really what to do, but like we all have something that we can share with other people. And even working with the blog, and people will reach out to me and they're not really sure what to write about. And sometimes just having that conversation, because they're doing something that somebody else can learn from. So I think even though we're all here to learn today, I think it's also realizing that we all have something to give to other people.
I think that that's pretty stinking good right there. Wow. We're about to bring on the I love that we have to do like 2 segments for our team because there's just so many of the team now, which is so cool.
And it won't even cover everyone. It's just who we could fill in.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, you're right. It's not even. Yeah, it's just. It's crazy. And I want to say we say this a lot, but I want to say it publicly on live stream here. Like, I hope you all know how much you are appreciated. How honored I feel every morning when I wake up and I realize that I get to work with such brilliant minds in so many different aspects and different ways, that you are all so incredible. And the way that you push me to grow every day, and I learn something new from someone on this team every single day, if not billions of things every day, some days. And it's just such an honor. So really appreciate you all. If you are watching right now, if you've been watching it all today and you aren't connected with all of these amazing people, please make sure you are. Obviously, you can always connect through the team, but you need to be following them individually to connect with them, reaching out, and growing with them and growing alongside of them. So I appreciate all of you. I know I speak for Ray when I say that as well, but love you all so much. We're going to bring a couple more on. Ray, are we doing transition here? Are we doing a video?
We're doing an epic transition that's going to make Carrie very happy, and we'll be right back with our last half an hour of this 12 hours. Are you ready for this, Jeff, or not ready?
I love it. Yes, love you guys. Minutes left. 29 minutes left. Ray, this is the moment you have been waiting for not even just all day, all year. The very first time ever. Mr. Chris Madsen online with us. You see his magic in the goofball things that he does with our podcast, and when trying really hard to make Ray and I sound at least somewhat coherent on Teach Better Talk. But Chris, brother, it's so awesome to have you on. We all know and love you, but so many people here watching don't know you. So really quick, Dave's back on screen. We've got Becky back on. We've got Livia back on. We got Chad Ostrowski back on, and we got Chris Madsen on for the first time ever. So let's do I'm going to say it better. Let's raise a whole bunch of green hearts for Chris right now. Chris, can you take a second and introduce yourself to our audience of who you are, what you do in education, and then obviously what you do for the team too. I'm sorry, first Ray has to say something.
I do have a question, Chris. Were you watching when Jeff asked me what I was looking forward to most on this live stream? Because I said it was this moment.
This is what she said.
I did hear that. Yeah, no, it was good to hear. I appreciate the kindness and the love. Appreciate it. So yeah, thanks Jeff for kind of queuing up the intro. But yeah, been on Teach Better now for me and Jeff were just talking already almost 6 months. I think it was August when I kind of joined the team, and obviously this year's been a whirlwind, so it's gone by even faster. But yeah, so I teach high school in Illinois. I'm on the good time zone, so this is a little bit early for me. But you know, I know we have a battle of the grid. But yeah, so teach high school. I teach social studies for about half the day, U.S. history, world history, kind of a gambit of everything. But then the other half of the day, I'm what's called a digital literacy coach, which for a few years no one really knew what that meant, and then this year it hit hard, and everyone's like, "Oh, I need that." So this year's been, like I said, a whirlwind. It's been everything. But on top of that, I'm the head basketball coach at the high school where I went, which is really, really fortunate to do, and a huge part of my life, which is just connecting with those students outside of the classroom as well. Head strength or one of the strength coaches at our high school, and then also a girls track coach. So kind of do it all. Just kind of must hate being home, must like being at the school as much as I can. And then, yeah, in August, I joined the team and just kind of started dabbling with Ray and Jeff on the Teach Better Talk podcast. And yeah, I'm kind of the backstage, I guess you could say, content creator coordinator. So they go in every Monday night and record, and then it's my job to make sure that Thursday morning and Monday morning, usually it's late night for me, but I make sure it gets out on time. So I love what I'm doing with everyone on the Teach Better team. They've been, like I said, it's been an awesome 6 months, and I look forward to the future.
Oh, all right. So now let's go around. And just share with everyone, because some people may not know, even if you've been on screen already once, twice, multiple times today, just your name, what you do in education, and what your role on the team is as well. Let's go to Livia next.
Hi, everyone. I'm Livia Chan from the Greater Vancouver area in BC, Canada. So I'm the lonely Canadian. I'm hoping that more Canadians will join our team at some point. But I'm the digital content editor and ambassador for the team. And I also am a head teacher, and I teach grade 5.
Let's roll to Dr. Dave Schmittou.
Well, I am the lone Michiganian, and I doubt they will let any more.
You
in,
aren't.
So.
You're not even the first.
Oh, that's true.
Michelle's
That's true.
up there. She's got your back,
That's
dude.
true. She's the OG. What am I thinking? Yeah,
No
right.
kidding.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. She's the one that started this thing. So yeah, the original.
Yeah,
boss.
she
Thank you
made
for
it
that.
acceptable for Michigan to be part of the team.
Yeah, I appreciate that. She laid down for me. Now, I am Dave Schmittou. I live and breathe Michigan air, but really I soak up everything that you guys put out. What do I do with the team? I am truly your biggest groupies. Where you go, I go. What you say, I retweet. That is what I do. So that's me. And I am also literally the biggest Caitlin Giordano fanatic on the planet. So that's me in a nutshell. I also get to do some stuff with leadership and mastermind stuff, but really I'm a groupie. That's who I am.
Dave's also our director of leadership and development and runs the admin mastermind. Don't let him play himself off that way. But honestly, let's be real. Your real role is your dream job, which is on Wednesdays. You get to have cocktails with me.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. And I'm a Teach Better swag model. That's what I do.
He really is. Model might be a stretch, but we'll get there. Murph, Becky.
I just saw a comment by Becky S. and she said, "Does anybody else notice that the two Beckys are never on screen together?" And I said, I think they do that intentionally. I do, because they don't want to get it confused. I mean, we're a growing team, but we're not that big of a team. So to have two Beckys is pretty impressive, I will say. And Becky S. and myself both were in the same sorority at different schools, which we found out a while ago. So there's a lot of connections. And I teach math and science. Well, I teach math and science. She teaches science.
No kidding. Dave, we had a question. How many outfit changes today?
Well, changes is a different. I keep throwing on layers.
How many layers do you have on now?
So I am extremely warm right now. I've got 5 shirts on. Yes, 5 shirts.
All right.
Becky, before we move on to the next person, what do you do for the team?
Well, I'm glad you asked. As of January 1st, I am the new director of marketing. Thank you very much. And I followed, well, first of all, let me just preface this by saying that I've either come before or after Dave and Olivia. Do you know what acts those are like to follow? Between them and Josh Stamper, I mean, they are so calm, cool, and collected. So I was super impressed with all their segments. But this is my third costume change. This is my shirt today.
Wow. Dave, just leave it.
Chad, I want to see your shirt. Come on.
You don't want Chad to do that. That's not. Can we just take a moment and say hello to Brittany Wolf, who's just now been able to join us there. Brittany, one of our amazing speakers. Great to see you. Don't forget your team title, Becky. Yeah, Caitlin's not able to help you as much anymore. Becky S showing some love. I didn't know that about the sorority. That's pretty cool. Let's see who we got left. Chad, do you want to? I mean, Ray and I talked last time, so like, Chad, you're here. You're a part of this team. I think I think you're still like around, right? Like,
every once in a while. I actually I'm CEO and co-founder of the Teach Better team, and I basically created the small snowball called the grid method, pushed it down the hill, and let you guys carry it the rest of the way. That's kind of how I see all of this happening. So I nudged it fell down the hill, and it's just grown to this behemoth of an amazing thing that I can't even recognize anymore. You guys are so amazing, and I'm just pretty blown away by just the amazing people we had on today, the amazing team we've grown, the amazing leadership we have, and I'm just happy to still be around.
Chad, I know that Jeff picks on you all the time, but you should know none of this would exist without you and Jeff. Like, none of this 12-hour live, none of this connections, or maybe a few, but really none of the connections. My educational career would be 1,000% different. I wouldn't know nearly the people I do, and I definitely would not be reaching my students without the two of you. You guys are the ones who created the Teach Better team. It's insane to see it now, December 2020, from where you guys started when you were like, hey, we should like do a thing to support teachers. What do you think? And Jeff was like, and then you were like, let's just try it.
Is that how it went? I don't know if that's how the story went, but yeah, we're
not just doing an ebook. That's how that discussion happened. This is supposed to all be an ebook. That was it.
I think my favorite part about the whole, because it started with the idea of doing an ebook. The best part about that is that actual ebook did not come out for like 7 months.
No.
We created a whole bunch of other junk, and we finally got to the ebook that was supposed to start it all. So that's just an interesting little side note there. So we're gonna do a giveaway, but I kind of want to do the same things we did last session. I think it just makes sense, right? Do you agree?
Let's do it. Dude.
Up to date, Chris, were you able to watch a lot? I know you had a lot of stuff going on. Were you with us at all today? Were you kind of
popping in and out? So yeah, I was checking in.
Okay. I'm gonna go to Becky first. Becky, what we did with the last group was pick any of the segments that went on throughout the day for all 12 hours. Can't be the one that you were in. And you moderated a couple, so there can't be those because we obviously know there's a little bit of bias there. What was one that really jumped out at you, that really just hit home with you, that you just love? Whether it was because it was super funny and goofball type of moment, or because it was a really serious conversation, or just something that hit you. Which one stands out for you?
I mean, there are so many, and you're going to find this ironic because I'm the first to admit that I'm not a morning person, but I have to say that the morning sessions, Dave and Caitlin, Hans, and Joshua, and Trey, like all of those really kind of hit home with me. So I was very alert this morning, which you'd be proud of me because, like I said, I know that you scheduled me for the afternoon intentionally because you know I'm not a real morning person. But they definitely did. But all the segments. I mean, honestly, like I was, at some point my family wanted to be fed, which was kind of annoying. But I was like, your father is home today. Bother him. But I did have to do a little bit of mothering. But for the most part, I was totally all in for the 12 hours. I honestly I know you guys, a lot of you are marathon runners. I mean, I felt like I've been running a marathon. Right, Lefty.
So I picked up a fun note in the comments. You can share what your favorite segment was and stuff, but I'd really love to know if you're still with us. And there's a lot of people that are still with us. Who show comments? How long have you been with us? Let us know if you've been with us for the full 12. If you've been here for like 8 hours, 9 hours, 2 hours, 6 hours, whatever. Really want to see like how long have you been here? There's some of them said I'm pretty sure Megan has been here all day since the first second. But let us know if you've been with us, how long you've been with us today. Chris, I'm going to go to you. Of the segments that you were able to catch as you were running around and stuff, any of them jump out at you? Anything like grab you that you want to touch on?
Yeah, I think Hans rocked it today. I love all of the work he does with culture, and that just gravitates a lot towards all the facets that I work with. So anytime he's sharing some stuff, I always try to grab a little tidbit or something I can use and repurpose. So I thought that was great. And then I got to give it up to our new principal, Jeff Prickett, who was on. I got to shout him out. Liv was actually in a faculty meeting with us about a month ago or maybe 3 weeks ago. I can't really remember, Liv, but yeah, he brought her in to talk to our East campus. We have 2 campuses, and he's a fantastic relationship builder. So I'm always listening for things he drops as well, and just trying to replicate anything that I can get my hands on that he does. So I thought those 2 really kind of stuck out. And yeah, it was popping in. Got your message about Dave and Caitlin rocking it this morning. So I quickly got on to try to figure out if I was missing something or whatnot. And that was awesome as well. Caitlin's right down the road for me in Barrington. So I got to give her a shout out as well.
Love it. Livia, let's go to you next.
Oh, I thought the questions during the brain break were hard, but this is a really hard question too.
That was tough. That was rough.
Made me think. There's so many, like everybody was saying. I think started the day with Lindsay and then with Dave and Caitlin. I always love watching them and listening to them poke the bear and talk about grading assessment, because that's also something that I love. But SEL is big in my heart too. So Hans and Josh and Trey just knocked it out of the park. But I also have to give a shout out to our ambassador Lees, because that was big news. So that I think, stood out in my mind in terms of big news, but love the whole day.
Wow. Dave, let's go to you, man.
So you guys paired me with some rock stars today. I mean, that's not even a fair question to ask, because you guys kept thinking, okay, Dave's on screen. What can we do to balance the equation here? And you guys just kept flooding it with like these incredible people. So aside from those amazing people, I kind of want to talk about this moment right here. And I'm pointing down. I think they're down for both of the guys below me. My segment that I really loved was Dave Burgess and Shelly Burgess. Those are 2 people that changed my life. So anytime I can see them, hear them, they inspire me. But I don't know how many of you have seen Dave Burgess do his big keynote, the TLAP presentation. He does this. He introduces this hook. It's the taboo hook, the gift hook, where he has this big gift bag and he sets it on the table and tells the kids don't touch it. And then slowly he does this big reveal until he gets to this bra, a burned bra. And he uses that to entice the students and to talk about all kinds of historical elements. Chad, Chris, take this the right way. This is our bra burning moment. Like, I think everybody was just waiting around today to see the 2 of you. Like, this is what it's all about. Like, this right here, I just so appreciate when you guys are on screen doing your thing. You're both like the Wizard of Oz behind Teach Better. You guys are the ones back there pulling all the levers, doing all the crazy work. And anytime you guys are on the screen, it's awesome. So that's it for me.
Well, and to be honest, I got more messages being like, did you hear Chad at the end of that link before we transferred? I was like, hey, you have 1 minute. And then everyone was just like, a minute, let him keep going.
I love it because I'm sitting there going, I think I actually texted Ray. I'm like, did you really just say a minute for Chad Ostrowski? Like, that's not going to happen. But I think we left for like 2.5, so it wasn't bad. But like, that was the first thing Dave and I said when we came on. We're like, holy crap. Like, he just went. He was like, I haven't slept in 6 days or whatever. What's it been? A week and a half now, whatever. And all this stuff. And he just goes. Ray totally pulled like a Jeff Gargas on what I normally do to her, which is like, hey, Ray, in 30 seconds, can you explain like a really complicated thing? And Chad just dropped it. And it was right off the bat on that brain break. People just flooding the comments with it. So, Chad, I know obviously you were on and off because, brand new baby in the house. Of the segments that you were able to catch and you'll pop in, we saw you pop in the comments here and there and stuff. Anything stand out for you in the, of any of the different people that were on or the segments, anything like that?
It was definitely great being back in the fold again. It's been a long month or two, honestly. So being back on the camera was fun for me, just as an experience and kind of getting back into the swing and fold of things. I'm going to kind of do a political answer and be like, the value you got from each of these sessions depends on what you needed. And if you needed something, you got it today. If you needed motivation to get yourself ready and in the right mindset, you had Lindsay Titus starting you off. If you needed some help with grading, assessment, you had Dave Schmidow, Caitlin Giordano, and all these experts coming in. If you needed motivation, if you needed SEL help, SEL helper, equity help, we had all these experts. We had everything you could possibly need as an educator. And so for me, I loved all of the sessions for what I got out of them. So to say that one was better than the other would depend on what my needs were. So I think everyone watching each of these sessions at home today got what they needed if they were paying attention. And if they weren't paying attention, they can go back and watch any of these sessions and get exactly what they need. So something I commented on the last session was, if you're choosing to be alone as an educator right now, it is just that. It's a choice. You're making a choice to be alone, to struggle by yourself, and to be on your island. And if you want to make that choice, that's fine. But we are providing so many opportunities, and we have built such an amazing PLN and network. And I'd like to say, I'd really love if you'd come and join and take advantage of. No, it's here. We're here. We have the experts. We have the resources. We have all of these great tools. Come get them. They are here. So if you're going to be alone, if you're choosing to be alone, and if you're just sitting here and struggling, we're here to help. And just like everyone here has articulated, we're here and we're in this together. Just like Han said a couple sessions ago, we're one big family. So when you struggle, we all struggle. We're all trying to do the exact same thing, which is reach kids and make the most out of every single experience we have every day with them. So we have those resources. So make the choice to take advantage of those things. Because if you're struggling, it's a choice you're currently making. And so I thought the sessions were pretty good.
Wow. So you put me on after Chad once today. Thank you for not making me do that a second time. Because, oh my Lord.
So
thinking.
I was going to make a quarter comment because we make that a lot about Chad, but there's something I need to say. I'm going to try to say with a straight face because I'm laughing at that whole, just everything. But I've been doing this for 6 years with Chad, and for the first 3 years, we basically spent our lives in cars, occasionally staying in hotel rooms and going all around doing, in schools and stuff. And at that time, I went everywhere with him because we were figuring everything out as we went along, right? As we've put systems in place and built things and brought on amazing team members, I'll say I haven't had to, but I haven't been able to travel as much. Obviously, COVID changed a lot of that too, but there's something that happens, and this happens with everyone as they start to be on the team longer, is I forget how brilliant people are because you're around them all day. And Chad does this all the time, and I'm making him blush and whatever. Don't worry, I'll cut him down tomorrow when I talk to him. But he has these moments, and he did it earlier, and he just did it there where I'm like, oh yeah, he's pretty smart. This is why this is working pretty well. Okay, I get it. And that was another one of those things. So I just haven't. Yeah, I have the moments with you too, Ray. But right now I'm talking about Chad. It's not always about you.
That's not what I was gonna say.
What do you mean?
I love supporting Chad. I've been talking about Chad all day long about how cool I think he is. So you're the one that's always a negative Nancy. I just want to highlight before Jeff decides to take over and do a giveaway, Holly's comment. I think this is really important. So if you guys all giggles aside, the flow of the day was great. I want the world to know, and Chris, make sure that you do not pull this for the Teach Better Talk podcast. I will deny this and lie through my teeth. But you should know that the only way this 12-hour live came together is because the entire team had their hand in some part of it. But it all started with Jeff Gargas going through the thousands and thousands of educators that could be involved, needed to share their voice, and putting together a flow for what topics were going to be discussed so that we could plug the best people humanly possible that could fit into 12 hours for this group. So Jeff, that really, really messy, horrible, annoying Word doc that you put together with all the themes, and you're laughing because you know that was what it looked like. It was horrible, but literally today flowed so well for purely just the moment, Jeff. Really, really good work. Super good
I
work.
appreciate that, Ray. And continuing off that, a big part, Dave and Josh really stepped up and helped a ton with the initial layout and outreach and stuff. We had folks like Becky Thaub, Becky Schnexer, Olivia, and Josh step up and moderate, which is not easy to do. Dave took multiple sessions too. That's not always easy to do. There's a lot going on behind that you have to get done. Ray and the entire marketing team, design team, you all put together so much for this, and there was stuff going on. Every time I went on Twitter to go make a comment, I'm like, oh, there's still stuff going on, telling everybody what's going on. I didn't even know what was happening. Just so much that goes on there, and so much that goes into this that that messy document ended up being 3 different docs that Ray and I were working off. And there you go, Holly. I'm you and me. Yep, I got you.
What were you saying, Becky?
My husband said to me, because he knew I was going to be MIA for the day. I told him, I'm out for 12 hours. Pretend I'm not here. And and he says to me, because he knew what we were doing, but he says, is there an agenda for the day? I go, is there an agenda for the day? And I showed him, I printed it out, and I'm like, yeah, this is the agenda for the day. What do you think? We do everything haphazardly?
So
that was document number 2.
I need to ask Becky, has your husband ever seen the brain break? Because that could have.
Yeah, Dave. Dave says if your husband's ever seen a brain break, that's probably why he figured there was just nothing. We were just winging it. I do want you to know, just say, we went through Ray, we were going through every detail, Ray and I, the other night. We're breaking down the giveaways, how we're going to give them away, all this type of stuff. And we get to the brain break, and Ray's like, you guys just going to figure that out? I'm like, yeah, we'll just figure it out. We're like, oh. And we just moved on. So I'm texting Dave 5 minutes before. I'm like, you got that bracket figured out? He's like, yeah, I got it. I'm like, all right, cool. And that's just what it was. So
we have one more giveaway ready before we end 12 hours. We're 5 minutes away from hitting the 12-hour mark of free professional development for teachers that we streamed on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. Jeff Gargas, I'm a little nervous for whatever question you're going to ask to get this giveaway because no one knew the answer in the last half.
I don't think it was right last time. Before we do this, I just want to ask, and on honest answers only, I'm okay either way, but show of hands on screen and show of green hearts in the comments. You guys just want to keep going? We'll do 18? Oh, look at that! Anyway, no, here's the final giveaway. We're going to do another one of this. This is for, and again, we didn't ask anybody on the team. We just assumed everybody was okay with it. Winner gets a one-on-one coaching session with anyone on the team. Anyone they want. You're all just going to say yes when we tell you it's scheduled. That is this right here. The question is...
Wait. Does that include a therapy session with Chris? Because that's really what I do every Monday.
If you listen to the podcast, Ray does every time. So very helpful. He's very skilled.
Call him.
Great listener from afar.
Similar question. I can't decide whether this one will be easier or not. I'm not sure. But which of these team members, we're talking about Livia, Dave, Becky, and Chris, which of the 4 of them did Chad and Ray and I trick to come on the team first? Who came on first? Chad's like, I think I know who all these people are. Which, by the way, lots of hearts. Becky says not today, but soon. By the way, I already fired Livia because she already came up with how we're going to do 24. So I took care of that. She's like, I have this idea. And I'm like, you're fired. That was the response. And then I gave her a winky face. I'm like, we'll talk about it later.
I don't approve.
Yeah, I don't approve either. We're going to outvote him, Livia.
You have to listen to the idea first.
Okay.
We got lots of Becky's. We got a Dave. We got a Liv vote.
It's all over.
we actually talked about Chris because we talked about it like when he came on. So I think they figured that out. We got lots of Daves here. We do have one Chris. We got a Becky, another Becky. I got to go find where's the first one.
Chris is the newest. Chris, aren't you the
This is
newest?
so it's not Chris.
Wait, is Livia the
I
newest?
think Liv might.
Oh, actually, Livia is the newest. Yes, Livia is the
Official,
newest.
official newest, yeah.
Chris, yeah, I'm telling you, Chris, I keep forgetting how long you've been here.
Yeah.
Livia would be the newest. Then it would actually be Dave, then Chris, and then Becky being the very first one. And who would know that? Brianna had a little inside track because they helped us. Brianna and Becky were both huge pieces of us having a successful 2019 Teach Better conference. So they were connected there. So I think Brianna did the math. I was like, okay, that was at least a year ago. We're good. So Brianna,
is the
you got
best
that
Uber
one.
driver ever.
What's that?
Brianna is the best Uber driver ever. Talk about tricking. I tricked her into driving me around everywhere.
Did you really? I didn't realize that you did that. I just know she was just doing all the things.
Well, she was driving me around because I had no car there, and she was phenomenal. She was phenomenal. But I love how you say that you tricked me when, if you remember, Gargis, I emailed the team. You made the mistake of calling me back.
I did because I went on vacation. I'm like, I'll email you when I get back from vacation, and then I did.
I know.
Cool.
And me being from Jersey was like, this guy's not calling me back. Like, we don't trust many people. So I was like.
And then we did, with Chris, we kind of tricked him as well. He came in, he actually interviewed for something else, and we're like, yeah, no. How about this instead? And he's like, yeah, sounds great. Let's do that. So
Can we preface, because this is insider information, but I don't even care because I'm upset about it. The position that we were hiring for was going to be working with me a lot. And I was like, this guy, Chris, is super cool. And just like, I think I'm going to take him. He's going to work with me all the time. And then I was like, what happened?
I mean, he works with you in the sense of like your voice because it's recorded.
Yeah, you're welcome, Chris. You get to hear my
Our
voice.
voices are just burned into his brain forever.
I think it's a whole new platform where people could like record their therapy session ahead of time, send it to somebody, they listen to it, and within like a week they turn around and give them feedback. I think that's something that Ray's onto that might change 2021 for the better.
There you go.
I want a one-on-one with Chris so I can find out how you make those cool graphics.
Oh.
Yeah, I would love to. My Twitter's blowing up. The power of Teach Better right now. I'm having comments and everything going on with stuff. So yeah, I'd be happy to, and that would not be a gift. That would be something that I would just do. So no need to throw that in there with Jeff's.
Definitely, if you're watching, go follow Chris. If you're not following everyone on the screen, do so right now, please. Hans, we love you too, brother. Che, all day long with us, man. Just appreciate you. He was on with us too. So many people with us for, I don't know if you guys were watching the comments when people were telling us, but so many like 9 hours, 11 hours, full 12, all but 10 minutes, all but 5 minutes, all but an hour, in and out here and there, just like all day long. Man, I don't even know what to tell you like how awesome that feels. I can't wait to do it again. Livia and I are going to get planned on that right away. And we'll let you know soon. This is super awesome. I hope everyone has an amazing New Year's, however you're celebrating. I hope you celebrate safely. And kick off to an awesome 2021. We do have a brain break tomorrow. I'm gonna have a special guest because Dave's gonna be traveling with his family, or I don't know what he's doing. He's doing something that's more important than me. So I'm gonna be bringing someone in to hang out with me tomorrow for the brain break. I'm not gonna tell you who. Thursday we do still have Master Chat that is still rocking and rolling. Trey Gamage, who you saw earlier with Hans and Josh leading us. And so I'm super pumped about that one. So that's going to be super exciting. What else we got going on, Ray? What else do people need to know? Because we're actually already a minute 50 over.
I know.
We're 18, baby.
Round of applause for everybody that hit 12 hours. Good for all of you. Such a big deal. And Jeff, I think we should end our 12 hours with a very special thing to take us out, which is an opportunity each and every one of you have to get more involved in the Teach Better family. We want you a part of our family even more than you already are in 2021. So let's start brainstorming. And we have a great way that's going to allow you to do that to end our time together. Are you ready, Jeff?
What is it?
You feeling good? Are we saying goodbye?
No, I want to know what it is.
Oh, I'm not telling.
Oh, we're not telling anybody?
No.
All right, that sounds cool too. We lost Becky. Hold on, I got to bring her back in. We can't end without her in here.
What happened? Sorry.
She's back. So we're not sharing what that thing is. You're just teasing them.
I'm going to play a clip and you'll know what it is.
Oh, play the clip then. Let's do that.
All right. Bye, guys. We love you. Bye.
We love you. Thanks for hanging out with us.